think I already waved the SON through the hallway. I think they saw me, so. Okay, please have a seat.
We're going to request today to
Move.
exhibits, remove them, these three exhibits.
You want to withdraw them
Withdraw
from
them.
admission and then bring them back in?
Yes, sir.
Okay, which ones are they?
One, 102, 101, and 97.
Make sure your client is out, please. All right, Mr. Burgos is out and in the courtroom. The request, you have missed anything, Mr. Burgos? We just started, the DA's state just requested to withdraw a State Exhibit 102 from admission, State Exhibit 102,
101,
101,
and 97.
and 97 for the purposes of we're planning to readmit them at some point after witnesses have gone through that exhibit. Any objection from the defense?
No objections, Your
All
Honor.
right. They will be then withdrawn with the intent to, at some point during this trial, that the exhibits will be reoffered. Okay. Thank you. I apologize again for the delay this morning, but we had, as you all know, a technical glitch with our audio-visual system. We're up and running. We're good to go. Yes, sir.
Judge, we have, I've spoken to the district attorney's office. We have a witness who will not testify at guilt, a family member who may testify at a possible penalty phase, and we'd asked if there was an objection if she was in the courtroom observing the guilt phase. It's the same.
All right.
Just inverse is what.
Same ruling. If they're not witnesses at the guilt-innocent phase of the trial, may be at punishment, or even if there were punishment, they'll be allowed to stay in the courtroom.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Let's bring the jury out. And your next witness has already been sworn in, yes? All right, thank you. Let them know that we want the jury member.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Sarah.
Please rise for the jury.
Please have a seat. Good morning, members of the jury. All right, we'll start with your next witness, Ms. Trelawney.
State calls Adriana Flores.
Adriana Flores, please. Sergeant Lawrence, please bring her up. Remind everyone about their cell phones. Please check them right now. I'm doing the same. Make sure they're on vibrate or off, please. Ms. Flores, good morning. Please come on up. Thank you. Good morning. You were sworn in already yesterday, is that correct? All right, please have a seat right over here. Yeah, no, it's on. Correct. I'm sorry, I didn't see it. All right. Ms. Flores, if you could sit up a little bit so that we can get you right good on the microphone, Ms. Flores. You can pull the chair up a little bit. There you go. Gracias. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm going to ask you to scoot up and speak into the mic so that the court reporter can hear you. Thank you. Can you please state your name for the record?
Adriana Flores.
Do you know why you're here today?
Yes.
Why is it that you are here today?
Because I was Grizelda's best friend.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to try to speak a little louder. You have a soft voice. What is your relationship with her? Is that as her best friend?
Yeah.
How did you know Grizelda?
We went to school together.
Okay. When you say school, can you be more specific?
I met her in middle school and throughout high school.
And what grades, did you all share grades or in different grades? Can you please tell us?
We were in the same grade. Yeah, we were in middle school together, and in high school we were freshmen together.
Okay. And when did you all become best friends?
Throughout high school, we were really close in freshman year. Then I didn't go to school. I got out of school in my junior year, and then we reconnected in 2014.
How did you reconnect in 2014?
We had each other on social media, and we just started messaging each other.
How did your relationship evolve after that? Like, how did it grow?
We just started hanging out more, doing like the mom things, going out together.
Now, when you say the mom things, how many children do you have?
I have 4.
Okay. And you reconnected with her in 2014. How many children did she have at that point?
1.
Okay. And eventually, did she come to have another child?
Yes.
Who is that child?
Dominic
Dominic Hernandez?
Hernandez, yes.
Dominic Alexander Hernandez.
Dominic Alexander.
And did you know Dominic?
Yes.
So in 2015, you started doing mom things with her?
Yes.
Like what?
We would just go out. We would go out to eat, shop with the kids. At that time, she only had her first son,
What's his name?
Jaden.
Okay. Did you have any children close to the age of Dominic?
Yes.
Who is that?
My 2 youngest ones. They were a few months apart from each other. Like, yeah.
Do you remember when Grizelda became pregnant with Dominic?
Yes, in 2015.
Let's talk about that. How did you learn about her pregnancy?
She texted me, and she told me that she was pregnant.
Did she tell you or discuss anything about the father of the baby?
Yeah, she told me that it was someone that she was dating, which was Anthony, and she just told me she was pregnant, and she didn't know what to do.
Had you ever met this Anthony
No.
at the time that she said that she was pregnant from Anthony? Did you know if she had been seeing this guy Anthony?
I knew she had been seeing Anthony, yeah, but I never met him or anything like that.
You mentioned that you would text Grizelda. What other platforms would you use what other types of social media would you use to speak with her?
We usually message through Facebook Messenger and Snapchat.
Do you know if Grizelda had a job?
No, she didn't.
What was Grizelda doing in 2015, 2016?
She was going to school to TAMIU.
Do you know what she was pursuing?
Nursing.
Do you know how she was able to handle the jobs of school and being a mom?
What
How
do
was
you?
she doing it financially?
Oh, she. I do know that she was struggling a bit, and she was getting student loans and helping herself out with that.
Okay. And the student loans would help her with daycare?
With daycare, with the school, daycare, and anything she needed at that time.
Did you all live near each other?
Yes.
In what neighborhood per se, or what neighborhood can you tell the jury without the address?
She lived on Dillwood, and I lived on a neighborhood over, which was like Rancho Viejo, around there.
What do you call that part of the city? Off of what?
It's Mines Road.
Okay, so it's in West Laredo.
Yeah.
I want to go back to April the 9th of 2018. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Did you remember coming in contact with Grizelda on that day?
Yes.
How, if any, did you come in contact with Grizelda?
On April 9th,
Yes.
she called me to ask if she can use my restroom, and she went over to my house.
Do you remember more or less what time this occurred during the day?
It was like around 9 in the morning.
Right before 9 or? in between?
Right before 9, or 9.
Okay. And when she arrived to your house, how did she get there?
She was in her sister's car.
What type of car was that?
It was a white Mercedes.
Was anybody else in the car?
Dominic.
Okay. For baby. Okay. And where was he?
He was in the back seat, in the car seat.
Do you remember what he was doing?
He was with his little phone. He was watching a little cartoon or something.
On his own phone. Okay. Did you go out and greet Dominic?
Yes, she went inside the house to use my restroom, and I stayed outside with Dominic, and I stayed inside the car for a little bit.
Did you have any discussions with her or offered to take care of Dominic?
I don't recall if I offered to take care of him, but I did. I just stayed with him for a little bit and just waited till she came out.
Do you know where she was going?
Yes, to the park.
When you say the park, what park is that?
Father McNoby.
Father McNoby or Father McNaboe Park?
Yeah, that one.
Okay. And do you remember seeing any food in the car?
Yeah, I saw Chick-fil-A.
So she was, any particular reason why she was going to Father McNaboe Park? Do you know why she was going to Father?
Yeah, she mentioned she was gonna go to the park to meet Anthony.
The father of the baby?
Yes.
Did you have any plans to see her later on that day?
Yes. Our original plans was, we had already discussed it a day before where she was gonna come over around noon. We were gonna watch a movie and hang out with the kids in my house.
And after she came out of the restroom and walked out of your house to get into your car, did she ask you anything?
Before she left my house,
Yeah.
she said, "How do I look?"
And what did you say?
"You look great. Call me back. Call me when you're on your way."
Did you see her again that day?
No, I didn't.
Let's go and talk about about this Anthony. Did she ever tell you what his last name was?
Yes.
What was his last name?
Burgos.
Anthony Burgos. What kind of information did she share with you about Anthony?
At the beginning, she just told me that he was a border patrol.
That was at the beginning. What else did you come to learn about Anthony?
Well, when we first talked about him, she just mentioned that he was a border patrol and that he was separated, and that's pretty much what I knew about him.
Did you know if he was living in Laredo?
No. From my understanding, he wasn't living in Laredo. Like, he worked, but he would just come sometimes.
So like he was stationed somewhere else?
Yeah, I believe so. So I thought.
Do you remember if Grizelda advised them of a pregnancy?
Yeah.
To your knowledge, does Anthony ever help her with the baby financially?
No.
How do you know that?
Because she mentioned it to him, and he didn't want anything to do with the baby. Like, he didn't want her to go through the pregnancy, so he wasn't helping at all.
When you say he didn't want her to go through the pregnancy, what do you mean by that?
He wanted her to abort the baby.
And what was her decision?
She didn't want to. She was going to keep the baby.
So going into 2017, Grizelda's having financial problems or struggles in 2017. Grizelda, with the baby, school, financially it's tough.
Yes.
You guys discussed options or what she should do?
She did. Well, we did talk about her wanting to putting him on child support so she can help herself.
What was your opinion about that?
I told her that she should.
So, at that point in time, did she know before the decision? Ultimately, did she decide that yes, she's going to pursue child support?
Yeah.
Up until that time, did she know where Anthony lived?
No.
Did you or her or both you try to find out more about Anthony?
Yes.
So tell us, did you help her try to find stuff out about Anthony?
We tried to do our investigation, I can say. We would go through social media, Google, see a little bit more about him, just see what we can find out. Because you need an address to be able to report for child support.
So as her best friend, you're helping her now try to find this guy? Yes?
Yes.
So you're using social media, like what?
Instagram, Facebook, and Google search.
Any success finding out information on him or his family?
She was able to find Instagram and the address on Google.
Okay. Now that she had the address, are we talking now 2017, close to 2018?
Close to 2018.
Around that whole child support time?
Yeah, I don't recall the dates.
That's fine. What, if anything, do y'all do?
Well, we find out where he lives, and we did pass by his house to see if we can, if he actually did live here or he didn't.
How many times were you, or let me ask you this, how, if any way, did you get to go to his house?
Would you?
Who was driving?
I would drive.
You would drive?
Yeah. I went like once or twice, and I drove when I was with her.
Do you remember the color of his house?
I don't remember the color of his house.
Do you remember more or less what part of town he lived in?
Around Shiloh Crossing, I want to say, or Shiloh, off Loop 20.
So if you enter Shiloh off of Loop 20,
Mm-hmm.
can you give me just a general direction how to get there?
So around where the Shiloh Crossing apartments are, in that subdivision.
You go in there?
Yes. I don't recall how to, more or less, but yes, passing the apartments.
So that's one of the landmarks there, the apartments.
Yeah.
Other landmarks or buildings that you remember?
I remember there was a park nearby, and that's it. I don't recall anything else.
Were you ever able to find out if he had a family?
Yes,
Tell us about that.
So we eventually found out that he was indeed married, and that the wife actually lived in Laredo.
Oh, why do you say she actually lived in Laredo?
Because at the beginning, when she thought that they were separated, or she wasn't in the picture, there was some mention that she lived out of state.
Where?
In Florida, I want to say.
Were y'all able to discover any information on his wife? Through social media on Anthony's wife?
Just her name.
Okay. And were you able to view any photos on her site?
Yeah, we saw some pictures of her children, of his kids.
Do you all remember, or what did you do when you all saw these pictures of the
Well,
children?
At that point, it's when he was like always denying, like this is already like fast forward, he denied Dominic, so we just compared the pictures of his son to Dominic, and they were the same. They looked very alike.
When you say they were the same, you found pictures of Anthony's kids? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we saw a picture of one of his, I don't know if it's his youngest or which one, but there was a baby picture and it looked so much alike, like Dominic.
You have permission to approach her?
Amen.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 495, 494, and 496. I ask you if you recognize these pictures.
Yeah. Yes.
That's on 496. 495.
Yes.
See what was shown to the witness. I'm sorry.
Sure, I was going to show them to you right now. She's not. I'm just asking if she's recognized as 494.
Yes.
Okay. And these are the images that you all saw on the Facebook.
Yeah. On Instagram, I'm sorry.
On Instagram.
On Instagram.
494, 495, 496. Move to introduce 494, 495, 496.
Any objections?
No objections, Your Honor.
Be admitted without objection.
Thank you. I'm first going to show you these pictures. You recognize his little baby?
Yes, that's Dominic.
Right there. Dominic?
Well, Dominic, yes.
You recognize his little shoes?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Let me ask you, you saw Dominic on the last day he was alive. Was he walking?
No. Oh, he was in the car seat.
Okay, but was he okay?
No, I had seen him days prior. He was not walking.
And we'll get to that. I'm going to show you also these little pictures.
Dominic.
And I'm going to show you the pictures.
That's Dominic.
Who's this little baby?
So I think that's his other son.
In other words, that's not Dominic.
That's not Dominic.
What number is on display now, sir?
This is 495.
All right.
So these little lips of kisses on Dominic. Who did that?
Grizelda.
And then it happens that Anthony's son, on his wife's page, she has kisses on his.
Yes.
And they look very similar.
Yes.
Do you remember what his name was on social media?
I'm sorry, who's?
Do you remember what name Anthony used on social media?
Roro Avi.
Can you spell that for us?
I think it's RORO, and then Avi is AVI.
Roro Avi.
Mm-hmm.
What else did you come to learn about the relationship that Grizelda had with Anthony?
Well,
Like how often would they see each other?
they would see each other just once in a while. It wasn't I wouldn't say it was like a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. It was more like they just dated once in a while.
Did you ever know how would they communicate?
By social media.
Okay. Do you know how she met Anthony?
All I know is that they met by social media.
But you don't know which social media?
Not what platform, no.
Do you know what type of relationship Anthony had with Dominic?
They had no relationship.
In fact, did you ever learn about him wanting to give up his paternal rights?
Yes, he texted Grizelda that he wanted to give up his rights.
Did you see that text? Or did she show you that text?
Yes.
And you said earlier that you would use social media, or you would use Instagram to communicate with her?
I would use Facebook Messenger and Snapchat to communicate with her.
You may.
What I'm gonna do, Your Honor, to be more efficient with time, I'll show her all the text message printouts we have and have her identify them all instead of having to come back each time. So I'm gonna show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 47, 48, 49, and have you look at 47.
Mm-hmm.
You recognize this?
Yes.
Okay. You can look at the next one. Do you recognize what's in 48?
Yes.
Also in 47, there's a couple of other pages. Can you look at it and tell me if it fairly and accurately depicts what's in there, that it's accurate? And that you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Can you check the next page on 47?
Yeah, yes, I do.
Okay. Now go to 48. So you can check 48 and tell me and tell the court if it fairly accurately depicts what you're seeing.
Yes.
Okay. And in 49? Does that fair and accurately depict 49?
Yeah, that's my.
That's you?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. We'll move to introduce 47, 488, 49.
487, States 487, 88, and 89. Any objection?
No objections, Your Honor.
Will be admitted without objection. Each one of them just have one page?
49 is one page, 48 is one page. For the record, 487 is 3 pages.
All right, thank you.
So I'm going to show you what's already been admitted. That's 47.
focus a little bit.
All right. This is line 8334. You recognize this?
Yes.
Okay. And you recognize the date? 1/13 of 2018, January the 13th.
Yeah.
Okay. This is around the time where the child support case is. She's gonna file.
She's gonna file.
And who is this text?
That's Grizelda texting me.
Okay. Can you read that out loud for the jury?
It's, dude, I'm bawling my eyes out right now. A, which is Anthony, is thinking about giving up his rights. I know I said I'd be okay, but I'm totally not. I literally don't know what I did to deserve such a douchebags as their dads. Jaden and Dom deserve more than this, more than them, and worst part of it all, I feel responsible for giving them shitty people as their fathers.
Okay. I'm on page 2 of State's Exhibit 47. Starting at the top, can you tell us what date that is?
January 14, 2018.
Okay, this is from who to who? This is,
I believe I sent that.
okay,
I sent it to Chris.
and what do you say?
When did you send this? Because I just got it.
And then?
Dude, fuck him. Way, he's such a douchebag. He doesn't deserve to ever see nor have anything to do with Dom.
That's what you say?
Yes.
Okay. Go on.
Dom doesn't need anyone but you and your family. He has everything. Don't even try talking with A anymore.
Okay, so now you're gonna say a slang word.
Yes, in Spanish.
Spanish, and I want you to say it, and then we're gonna wait for a translation. Is that right, Judge?
Yes.
Okay, so, what slang Spanish word do you say here?
I say que chingue su madre.
Fuck him.
And then continue. What else do you say?
I said fuck him with CS, meaning child support, y vámonos que se vaya. And it's a slang word.
Or if you could read it real time, just say it. It's okay. Just go ahead and say it how you said it.
Okay, I said fuck him with child support, y vámonos que se vaya a la verga.
Fuck him with CS, and that's it. He can go to hell.
It's his child biologically, so he needs to support financially. No más hasta ahí, meaning
Better.
And that's that.
And then what else do you say?
Dom will hurt more having a selfish person in and out of his life.
This is the advice you're giving her?
Yes.
Go ahead and continue.
Friday, I think.
Now this is, can you clarify for the record, is this from her to you or you to her?
I don't know. I can't see, and I don't recall if it's.
Judge, may we approach?
Approach? Yes, approach, please.
out where it left off.
It says something about Friday.
Can you find it?
Yes. The 8370.
Okay, got it.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so now we're at message 8370, line 8370. It says to Adi. Who's Adi?
Me.
Your name's
Adriana. She would call me Adi.
Okay. All right, so, and I'm gonna ask you for the record to also say this to and from, or I sent this to, or I received from her.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
So on this one, go ahead and start there.
So Grizelda sent me Friday, I think. I'm sorry, it's super small. Can you? That's a bit better. She put Friday, I think, where he was like, I'm not saying I am, it's just a piece of paper, and that's never going to stop me from seeing him. The only who can say, fuck it, I'm never going to see him, is me. That's just a piece of paper that's not going to stop me from seeing him.
What were you all talking about there?
I think she was telling me that that it's just the paper, I guess, because of him giving up his rights.
The next message?
And I was, she sent, and I was like, look, that's what you want? Tell me so we can get it over with. And he just said, no, you've never done anything for me to do that to you.
So what is she telling you there? That's what you told her? What do you make of that message?
I'm trying to remember, I mean, I'm seeing this right, but we're talking about the child support, so I guess he's meaning to do that to you as in,
Yes, if you don't know, that's fine. You
Yeah,
can
I'm
go to the next message.
okay. And so I don't know, like I'm telling him later that I'm just going this coming week because I can't anymore. I was like literally bawling my eyes out that night. I felt so fucking depressed. Like first Jaden, now Dom. Like really? Wait, what the fuck is wrong with me? No mames.
Like, really, dude, what the fuck is wrong with me? Shit.
The next message is from who to who?
The next one is from me to her, and I go, and what did he say when you told him you were gonna go next week? I think I'm talking about the child support. I'm starting to remember. She put, I haven't told him, messaging him later a ver qué dice.
Go ahead, madam.
The translation, a ver qué dice.
I haven't told them, message him later to see what he says.
And then I said, fuck his opinion. I told Grizelda, fuck his opinion.
You're talking about Anthony?
Yes, about the child support. Do I go ahead and read that?
Continue this.
So I put, al chile pinche vato no vale verga. I hate him and I don't know him. But me da un coraje. He doesn't know what he will miss out on. But that little boy is worth so much much more than his part-time. Fuck him, fuck him, fuck him, and not literally puts. Haha.
Honestly, fucking dude isn't worth the shit. I hate him and I don't know him, lol, but it pisses me off. He doesn't know what he will miss out on. But that little boy. The next message is, but that little boy's worth so much more than his part-time. Fuck him, fuck him, fuck him. Not literally. Interpreter needs a clarification on but.
I think we can move on.
Okay. Next message, right?
She put not literally with emojis. I'm guessing it was like laughing faces and no mames, haha.
Not literally. Fuck, haha.
But yeah, she put, but yeah, I have to tell you the whole combo so you can know everything. Thank you.
The next message up on top is line 8380 on 1/14/2018. Okay, start.
So Grizelda texts me, I'm telling him later, so I'm bound to get all depressed and shit when we talk, since I know he's going to probably some slick shit way. And then she puts, he's like, I'm not living there anymore and I don't know when I'll even be there. Like I do, we catch up tomorrow, but bitch, don't let your phone die. Oh, just in case I get all but hurt. So she wrote that to me.
What does that mean?
That she's gonna talk to him, that they're gonna talk, so she's gonna end up being all sad and depressed, so for me to have my phone on standby just in case she needs to call me.
The next line.
She put, laugh out loud, no, but really, culerita.
LOL, no, but really, pussy.
And she puts, and yeah, that's what I told him, that he literally had no idea if he's thinking or is going to give up his rights, pero pues I don't know. Emoji faces.
And yeah, that's what I told him, that he literally had no idea if he thinking or is going to give up his rights, but oh well, dude, I don't know.
Next line.
I texted her, I'll be on standby, love, don't worry, but message me through Facebook or something, cause I don't know why I'm not getting messages a day late unless I message first. So I was having issues with my phone. And she puts, okay, yeah, I will tomorrow for sure too. I go back on Tuesday.
And to your knowledge, did she ever file for child support?
Yes, she did.
Did she, who, if anyone, did she advise that she was going to be filing?
Like, who did she mention? Who did she tell? She told me, and I'm sure her family, and I don't know who else, and Anthony.
And show you. States Exhibit 488.
just leave it a little bit, and it'll focus on some, a few. It'll take a little bit, but it'll try and focus.
All right, so what I'm gonna do is start over on this side, line 9442. This is to you,
Yes.
and this is on February the 12th. Right, so now, gone from January, now on February.
Yeah, a month later.
Okay, what are y'all talking about here?
And so, she's telling me, dude, A just replied. A is Anthony. What the fuck do I say? Where are you when I need you? And then she puts booties, meaning, like, that was like a nickname, right? I wasn't answering.
What was going on?
Well, Anthony had just replied to her, and she was trying to tell me, but I wasn't answering because my phone was. I was having issues with my. That's a text message, so I was having issues with my phone.
At this time, February 12th, is she already moving forward with the child support?
Yes.
Is that why he's reaching out to her?
Yeah. Yes.
On March 25th. Remember March 25th, 2018?
Yes.
Remember anything significant that happened on that day?
Yes. That's my new phone number. So that had just gotten a new phone.
Okay. You know what that being said? Did you get a phone call or text or what?
Yeah, that was a phone call she made. She called me that day.
You remember that day of March 25th?
Yes.
And this is about 15 days before, prior to Dominic's death, correct?
Yes.
What can you tell us about that day, from that morning, if you remember anything that happened?
So she goes to meet up with Anthony at the Winfield Park.
Okay. And were you aware of this meeting?
I don't recall if I knew beforehand, before her going. I just received that call around noon. And that's when she starts explaining to me what had happened.
And what happened?
From what I remember, I don't remember the whole conversation. I just remember her calling me crying.
Okay, let's talk about that. She calls you crying.
Yes.
Please tell the jury what was her emotional state when she called.
She was crying. She was really emotional, very. She was angry that she had gone to the park. She was regretting her going.
And while she was crying on this conversation?
Yeah, she was just crying and crying.
What kind of things was she saying?
She was just saying that, well, I can hear the baby crying in the background. She was just like, that she was regretting going over to go meet up with Anthony, that it didn't go as planned. She just wanted him to see the baby, you know, to have a little relationship, you know, just to meet him, and, you know, talk about the child support. And he had said something along the lines with, me vas a odiar por lo que voy a hacer, meaning you're gonna hate.
Okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm not sure, Madam Mayor.
Do I keep on?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I'm gonna ask you.
You're going to hate me for what I'm going to do.
Is that accurate to what the translator just said?
Yes.
You're gonna hate me for what I'm gonna do?
Yes. And
And what if anything do you say or do?
well, I told her that that sounded like a threat, so she should put a restraining order against him.
That was your advice for her to go get a restraining order?
Yes, I told her to, and just to be careful, and not to meet up with him again. That was around that time.
Did she ever go and get a restraining order?
Not that I know of, no.
Did you? Anything else that you learned about Dominic that day? Anything happened to him?
Later on that day, we had a concert to attend that night. So I texted her like around 4, and I was like, "Are you ready?"
What concert?
The Bad Bunny concert
That was here in the.
in the arena, yes. So I texted her around 4, and I said, "Hey, are you ready? Are we still going?" or something like that. And she told me that she was at the hospital with Dominic because she thought that he had got bitten by a spider or something, that he was in pain.
And what did she end up going with you to the concert, or what happened to Dominic?
Yeah, so she was at the emergency room, and he was getting treated, and so I guess they gave him antibiotics. He got treated, and they released him, and we did end up going to the concert later on that night
Where did she leave Dominic?
with her mom.
Pass it over.
Mr. Bond?
Pardon me, good morning.
Good morning.
Make sure that mic is on.
Thank you for being here. I think, and I know, everyone in this room is very sorry for your loss. You were Grizelda's best friend.
Yes.
And more than that, you were the last person to see both Grizelda and Dominic alive.
Yes.
And that's a very heavy burden, isn't it?
Yes.
And, ma'am, you testified on direct examination that you never actually met Anthony. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right. And you never saw Anthony and Grizelda together, correct?
Correct.
So everything that you know about their relationship is from Grizelda. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And just very briefly, I want to talk about the evening, actually the 25th. And the 25th stands out because that's the day that you went to the Bad Bunny concert. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you testified on direct examination that Grizelda called you from the emergency room. Did I understand that correctly?
No, she did not call me from the emergency room.
Okay. So she called you, and that was the exhibit that the state showed you. Is that the record? Is that correct?
From the text messages?
Well, The last exhibit they
Oh,
showed
okay.
you was a phone call, as I understood.
Yes, but she was not at the emergency yet.
She was on her way to the emergency room.
She was not on. Oh, I didn't know about the emergency room till she texted me.
And you actually had messaged with Grizelda earlier that day on the 25th in the morning. Isn't that correct?
I messaged her. I'm pretty sure since we did speak daily.
So she messaged you on Facebook very early in the morning on the 25th.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that correct?
I don't recall. I'm sure she did. I'm not too sure.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to see a copy of your Facebook Messenger?
Yeah.
Judge, may I approach?
You may.
May I pass it to the witness, Judge?
Or do you intend to offer that?
It depends on what the witness says.
Okay, go ahead.
But I'll take that. So look at those messages and let me know when your recollection is refreshed.
Yes, I do recall these messages.
Okay. And are those Facebook messages, do they accurately reflect the messages that you exchanged with Grizelda on the morning of the 25th?
Yes, it's just not the morning. It's like after.
So I know you're looking at it, and you say it's the afternoon because it says
13.
UTC 1:40, 13:40. Is that why you're saying it's the afternoon?
Yeah, it's like after.
Okay. So I would ask you, well, if I apologize, may I have the back so I can mark it? And
Are you going to offer it?
I am going to.
Okay, because there was no objection from the state at the very beginning, so that's why I was trying to avoid that. What is the number on it?
It'll be D1, sir.
Defendant's 1 being offered, the objection? Admitted. Can you hand that back to counsel? Is it just 1 and 2 or just 1? Because I see 2 exhibit tags on it.
It's 2 pages.
All right.
So I'll do
Just 1 is fine.
defendants 1. Defendants 1.2 will be page 166. And defendants 1.1 will be page 165.
All right. Well, defendants 1.1 and 1.2 are agreed. There is no 1.
So, and I apologize, I put them in the bin. I'm gonna retrieve it and give it back.
Go ahead.
Trying to evade the court. So, ma'am, if I could have you look at page 165. I apologize. Page 166, as it's marked at the top. which for the record is defendants 1.2. And at the bottom of the page, it's the fourth message from the bottom. It says author Adriana Lynette. Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. And that's where it says sent, and then it's 2018 325.
Yes.
Is that correct, ma'am?
Yes, that's what it says here.
And then it says 133556 UTC. Is that correct, ma'am?
1335. Yeah, UTC. Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna try to use
The,
it.
document. You just have to focus out of that because I think it's completely. Thank you. All right.
And so you can see that the message I previously referred to is the one that says 133546 UTC. And then you have written to Grizelda, why are you awake? Is that correct?
Yes.
And that UTC doesn't refer to Central Standard Time that we're in.
Okay.
Is that the way you understand it?
Yeah, that's that. I was getting confused with the time.
Okay. So we're not sure actually if it's afternoon. Is that correct?
From my Facebook records, that would be sent in like after midnight.
Okay. And she replied, and then the next, and these are the way that they're ordered here is in reverse order.
Yes.
Right. So you asked her, why are you awake? And then she said, I can't sleep.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And then Grizelda, in the next message, wrote to you and said, all night with Dom, and right now I just woke up.
Yes.
Okay. And then you all have a discussion about going to the concert. Is that correct?
Yes.
Just like that now.
And I'm pointing you to what is labeled as 133656 UTC. It's the fourth message from the top, and you said, yay, what are you wearing?
Correct.
Right. And then the message above that is from Grizelda to you, where she says IDK, which you understood meant I don't know what he has. Is that correct, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. And you understood that to mean in reference to Dominic. Is that right?
Yes.
Grizelda was telling you she doesn't know what he has because she'd said that she was up all night with Dominic and that she'd woken up. Is that correct, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. And just so everyone understands, this is the morning of the 25th before she was taking Dominic to see Ronald. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I'd ask you to look at page 165, which has been admitted as Defense Exhibit 1.1. And then Grizelda, and again, so everyone understands these are in reverse order, the way Facebook provides them, writes, yes, and he's coughing. And could you read that next line? It's the bottom of the page.
Yeah. Yes, and he's coughing. Así como que se va a vomitar. His eyes are really watery. He just wants to be carried in I know way.
Okay.
One second.
Like he's going to throw up. I don't know.
I'm sorry,
Did you hear that?
I have
Did you hear it?
Yes.
She heard it.
Did you understand that when Grizelda wrote that Dominic had been coughing all night and it looked like he was going to vomit?
Yes.
Okay. And that his eyes were really watery and he just wanted to be carried.
Yes.
And so that was the entire night before Dominic saw Ronald. Is that correct?
According to the date, yes.
Okay. And you have no reason to suspect that Facebook has altered the date or anything, is that correct?
No.
Okay. And matter of fact, 2 messages up, so it's 3 messages from the bottom. You respond to her with, "That's Aaron right now, dude. Ugh." Is that correct?
Yes.
And is Aaron your child? Or-
Aaron is my child, yes.
Okay, so your child was sick at the same time, is that correct, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. And Grizelda, in the next line, she describes in more detail about Dominic's condition, and it was all night, was waking up crying, and with the fever and whatnot. Is that correct, ma'am?
Yes.
And then eventually, as you've already described, you both decide to go to the Bad Bunny concert. Is that right, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. So, and I just want to, this is summarizing it, and from your understanding and what Grizelda had told you, Dominic was sick prior to seeing Ronald on the 25th. Is that your understanding, ma'am?
According to the messages, yes.
Okay. I'll pass the witness to give you. Thank you for your patience, ma'am.
You are excused, you go back to your business. Thank you.
Thank you.
Careful with it. Could you all approach real quick, Mr. Peña, Mr. Hernandez? Quick break, just take a little morning break. It won't be, hopefully we can keep it inside of 10 minutes, okay? Thank you. Next witness, please.
State Calls Border Patrol Agent Bradley Dennison.
Dennison or Dennison?
Dennison, Bradley Dennison.
All right, thank you. Much up. Good morning, sir. You've been sworn in already, have you not?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, please have a seat, please. You got some water already, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You proceed when ready.
Thank you, Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Bradley Dennison.
Okay. I'm just going to ask you for purposes of the court reporter to speak loudly and into that microphone. You want to pull it up or move your chair in? Okay. Mr. Dennison, how are you employed?
I work for the United States Border Patrol
Okay.
as a Border Patrol agent.
Okay. And how long have you been with Border Patrol?
This time a little over 23 years, sir.
Okay. What are your current assignments?
I'm currently assigned at the Laredo North Station to the day shift.
Okay. Throughout your career, what cities have you been assigned to?
I've only, my entire career I've been here in Laredo.
Okay, great, great. Before we get started, I want to go over some terminology that's unique to the Border Patrol and or law enforcement rather, but and also discuss a little bit of what the standard uniform is. You know how it is you all wear your uniform. I see today you are in uniform.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and as part of your uniform, you carry a Sam Brown or a belt.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what does that consist of?
So our typical duty belt is, we'll carry obviously a firearm. We're required to carry 2 magazines, spare ammunition magazines, a less lethal use of force weapon, handcuffs, radio. Also consists of an inner belt that goes in on the pants inside the belt loops, outer belt that goes outside, and those 2 belts are held together with a minimum of 4 belt keepers.
Belt keepers, okay. Would you mind? Do you have that equipment? Some of that equipment on today?
Yes, sir, I do.
Your Honor, can you show the ladies and gentlemen? Stand up. Can you please kind of stand up and show do some show and tell with the jury so that they can see you? If you can come, can you come down here?
Yes,
And I'm asking you this because come over here. This is an important part of this case. Just kind of walk us through what you're wearing.
So obviously, like I said, inner belt goes on the pants itself inside the belt loops. Outer belt, as you can see, holds all of my heavier equipment, sidearm magazines, flashlight, et cetera, et cetera. Keepers that I mentioned will be like here. I have 4 of them fastened, 2 in the front, 1 behind the firearm, 1 in the back. And the purpose of those is while you're moving, it keeps that belt, those 2 belts from separating. The outer belt that has weight on it from moving around your body, either shifting side to side or moving up or down further, just holds everything in place because it does have, like I said, it supports quite a bit of weight when you have all your equipment on.
Would it be trouble to unbutton the keeper?
So they just snap off like that. Most keepers are the same way. Some will only have 1 button. Most have 2 buttons, snaps, I should say. They just be underneath the inner belt. Flip it over and then you just snap them in place in the hose. It holds those 2 belts together. Okay. Minimum we're required to wear 4 keepers by our uniform standards. Some guys will wear more, 4 or 5, maybe 6.
Thank you, sir.
For the amount of weight. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Now, can you define what the word muster means?
So muster for us in the Border Patrol would be a gathering we have, I guess, at the beginning of every shift. We report to our duty station. We gather in the muster room that's designated at the station. Everybody who's working that shift for that day, supervisors, watch commander, regular agents, we all gather there. Roll is called. Assignments are given out. Any information about patrol information from the day before, what, things to expect that day, things that might be going on in the community, information like that, significant arrests. All that information is given out. After muster, after they get their work assignments, you go get your vehicle assignments, any equipment you want to check out from the station, and then we leave the station and go report to our assigned areas of duty for the day.
Great. Another term that I want you to explain is kilo unit.
So a kilo unit in the Border Patrol is a pickup truck. Could be a Ford, could be a Chevy, could be a Dodge, but that's the part of the number designator for a pickup truck in the Border Patrol. Usually it'll start with kilo, and then after that it has an assigned number for the individual pickup truck.
When you say it starts with kilo, is that the letter K? Or the
Letter
word
K,
kilo?
yes, sir.
It's
Letter
not
K.
the word kilo. It's
No,
K.
it's the letter K, and then either 4 or 5 numbers will follow that.
Okay. What about boots? What kind of, are you guys issued boots, or what type of boots do y'all use?
So we're not issued and required to wear a specific brand or model of boot. The way our uniforms work, we have a uniform allowance that we're issued every year. Every agent is given the same amount, a certain dollar amount that we can spend through our uniform company that has the contract to provide our uniforms. On that website through that company, there are certain models that we can purchase, certain makes, manufacturers, but we're not required to wear only those. We're restricted by color, material, things of that nature. As long as our boots meet those requirements, we can go outside of those that uniform ordering website, but we have to spend our own money. If we're going to use the uniform allowance, most agents will buy from those boots that are available to them on the website there.
Okay. And as far as the green uniform that you wear today, is that issued?
That is also available on that site, and that is required. We can't go outside of that provider to provide our actual uniforms. The only thing we can go outside for is belts or nylon gear and boots. Everything else pretty much has to come through that uniform provider.
What about knives, folding knives, utility knives? You guys carry that on your own, or is it issued?
No, that's not issued. Most agents carry one, a knife of some types, but that's up to us to provide on our own.
Okay, thank you. What about what are the primary duties and responsibilities of a Border Patrol agent like yourself?
As far as like our mission statement, or just what we
Yes.
do on a day-to-day basis?
Well, I mean, your mission statement, and then what you do day to day.
So day-to-day, an average day for a Laredo North agent on the shift on the line, we have multiple duties that we cover. Obviously, the checkpoint. Most people are familiar with our checkpoint that we run up on IH-35, and then mainly, other than some support roles, it's going to be to patrol the river areas of Laredo, also the highway areas, the ranches north of town, to detect any kind of illegal entry into the country, whether it's terrorist weapons, illegal aliens, any other kind of contraband. That's primarily what we do day-to-day basis.
Okay. Now, I want to direct your attention to April the 9th of 2018. Do you recall that day?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. Were you on duty that day?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay. Let's start off in the morning.
Okay.
Did you report on that morning?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
To the day shift, I reported at 6 a.m. that morning.
Okay, and tell us where you reported and how you reported and what you did that morning.
So like I mentioned, we start off with muster in the morning. So I reported at 6 a.m. is what our start time is for the day shift. So I reported to my station. We had muster 6 a.m., received my work assignment for the day, which for that day I was working the area from the Father McNaboe Park up to the World Trade Bridge. That was my designated assigned area to patrol for that day. So after muster, like I said, retrieved my vehicle keys, equipment I was going to use for that day from the armory at the station, went out and went to my area of patrol.
And when you say you reported to work that day, where is that station?
So that is on McPherson Road, north of Loop 20. Just, I guess it's 2 blocks north of Loop 20. The address is 11119 McPherson. It's north of the loop there,
Okay.
the Railroad Station.
And so you're talking about where you were assigned that day, correct? You said between Father McAbo Park all the way out to
To the World Trade
World
Bridge.
Trade Bridge. And more or less for the jury, if you can orient us to how many miles that is.
It's probably, I would say, a stretch of about a mile, more or less from, I've never measured it specifically, but it's probably about a mile from the park up to the World Trade Bridge.
Okay.
Possibly a mile and a half, but probably about a mile.
If I can ask the agent to step down and show the jury.
Sure.
The area.
You may step down, sir.
So, this is now State's Exhibit 102. Show the fence. This is World Trade Bridge. So what we want to do is be able to show the jury where it is that your area that you were covering that day. Show them.
So, my area from that day, this is the World Trade Bridge here. You see crossing, this is Mexican side of the river, United States. So this is the World Trade Bridge. My area would have gone from that bridge all the way down here. This is where the park begins. Soccer fields are here, baseball field here. So pretty much right here at the edge of the baseball field is what we've always considered the starting park. Now it's a little more developed. This looks like a map from more or less that time. But it's pretty much from the end of Quail Creek on down. Park begins. My assigned area for that.
Okay, very good. Do you know how many agents, if you can have a seat? Do you know how many agents were assigned that day to that region?
So the specific area that I was assigned to, it was only me, sir.
Do you know an agent by the name of Maximo Lugo?
I do, sir, yes.
Do you know where he was assigned on that day?
So he was assigned the next area downriver of me, south of me, which that area encompasses Fletcher Lane, from Fletcher Lane up to the start of the park there.
Okay, so it would have been adjacent or contiguous to you? It would have been
Correct, sir, yes.
So you all would have been in areas that touch each other?
Yes, sir.
Do you know Agent Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if you can, do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. And can you identify an article of clothing he's wearing or where he's sitting?
Yes, sir.
Proximity
He's
to you?
wearing looks like a light blue shirt, blue tie, sitting at the table over there.
Okay. The record reflect that Agent Dennison has identified Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles. Okay. How do you know him?
So he was assigned as my supervisor for that day, and he was the supervisor for the deployment areas that day. So he would have been in charge or overseeing all of our deployment zones for that day, which would have been a number of agents.
So when you say a number of agents, would it be 3, 4, 5? How many?
Specifically, I don't know without having the daily schedule in front of me, but it probably would have been anywhere between 5 to 10 agents, I would imagine.
And he would have been the supervisor?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Do you know if Agent or Mr. Burgos-Aviles was dressed in his uniform that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, he was at the muster that I attended that morning, and at that time he was definitely in his uniform, yes.
Okay, so he was present during the muster?
Yes.
Okay. What about Agent Lugo? Was he out in that zone that you described? Was he going to go out to that zone?
So he was at muster as well, and he was at that time, also assigned some collateral duties, aside from his normal patrol duties. He was assigned to do a station inventory, or one of the station inventory takers. So pretty much annually, we have a inventory of all of our gear or equipment that's assigned to us, be that radios, flashlights, GPSs, things of that nature, phones, laptops, anything that's government-issued equipment that's on a property card that's assigned to an agent. We have to bring it in, and they check serial numbers on it and make sure everything's accounted for once a year at that time. So he was part of that group of agents that were assigned collateral duty of taking inventory. So that morning, and usually it stretches a period of a month or so that make sure everybody has a chance to bring in their stuff. So that morning it had been put out at muster that Agent Lugo was going to be available at the station all morning long to be able to take inventory of your equipment. So if you had your equipment with you that morning, or if you were available to go pick it up, you had it in your locker, vehicle, whatever, he was going to be there available to bring your equipment, so that he wasn't going to be in his area. He'd be there at the station available to do that inventory.
Did he have the similar position as Agent Burgos-Aviles? Was he also a supervisor level?
No, sir, he was not. No, he was
So instead of being
regular
out
line
in the
border patrol
field,
agent.
he was going to be back at the station?
Correct, sir.
And all of you knew this?
Correct, sir. It was announced to everyone at muster that morning.
Okay. So that morning, do you make it out to your designated area?
Yes, sir.
And that's Father Mancabo Park?
Correct.
Is that in Webb County?
Yes, sir.
And what type of vehicle were you in?
I was driving a Ford F-150, a kilo unit.
Okay. You remember the number of that kilo unit?
Kilo 45153.
45153.
Yes, sir.
That was your unit.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember driving by the park on that morning?
Yes, sir. I did have occasion to go in the park that morning.
Patrolling.
Patrol, yes,
right?
of course.
Looking for any sort of illegal activity.
Correct, sir.
Do you remember seeing any vehicles in the park that morning?
So yes, one vehicle that drew my attention that morning as I was entering the park. I had gone from the top end of my area downriver, entered the park, and as I was passing through the park, would you like me to show on the map more or less
Sure,
the
yes,
location?
sir.
That maybe give a more better visual.
I'm going to ask you, Mayor, this has already been also marked as State's Exhibit 97. It's a little bit bigger.
So as I pass through the park, through here, through this center parking lot, it has a bunch of parking spaces that are lined this way. As I pass through here, more or less where this vehicle is, I noticed a white car. It was a Mercedes parked right here, and it caught my attention because it was, instead of being parked in a normal parking space, it was parked across the spaces. Like if you were driving, you pulled over into a few empty spaces temporarily. But there was really almost no other vehicles in those parking spaces. It was mostly empty. So it was pulled off there across maybe 2 or 3 spaces. So it drew my attention. Obviously, I noticed there was a female in the vehicle. Didn't see anybody else in the vehicle, and she was looking at her phone. I don't know if she was talking or texting, but she was paying attention to her phone as I drove by.
We stopped you there.
Yes, sir.
More or less, what time are we talking about?
So this was shortly before 9 o'clock.
Somewhere around the 9 o'clock area.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you mark for me a spot? Yes, sir. 107, did I withdraw it?
No, it's 97, 107. Can we also withdraw 107?
That's 107, the one you have displayed now?
97, I'm sorry, 97.
97's already been withdrawn.
Okay, so now you can mark on it.
Okay.
I'm just going to ask you to, from what you recall that morning, mark a circle where that car would have been.
So it would have been more or less right here.
Okay. I'll put your initials right above that. It's B for Bradley, right? So sometime around 9 a.m. you see a car.
Yes.
And anything else? Anything unusual about that?
So like I said, just the way she was parked, obviously she wasn't parked properly yet, so it drew my attention. So as I drove past her, I kind of circled over here, back into a parking space over here in this corner. Stayed there for just a short time. I had noticed a Laredo PD unit over at the north end of the park. Several other law enforcement vehicles that were coming into the park that were, I could tell they were unmarked canine units. That sometimes they go there to train in the park, exercise the canines, things like that. So
let me ask you, why so much law enforcement presence here? Border Patrol, police. What's the importance of your all's presence around?
So I can't really speak to the police, but for Border Patrol, for sure, it's historically been a very high traffic area because, as you can see, very close proximity to the river. You can get vehicles easily into the river. Sorry, not into the river. It's close to the river, so it's a very short trip or run for smugglers or aliens to run up from the riverbanks, get into a vehicle, and get lost into that neighborhood. Versus some other locations that are further off the river, you don't have as easy access. Whereas the park, it's very easy, close access to get a vehicle to the river, so it's historically been a very high traffic area for us.
What, if anything, do you do after you leave this location?
So after I was at the location for a short time, I noticed all the other law enforcement vehicles coming in. So in my mind, I kind of said, well, nothing's going to happen here right now with all these vehicles here. They're not going to try to cross or smuggle anything. So let me go back to the other end of my area. So as I started to leave, I noticed her driving back this way. Looked like the same female driver, same vehicle, driving back through this middle section right here. We passed each other on this little drive right here. And again, as I passed her, she was on her phone. Looked like she was talking at that time. On her phone, she had it held up. Again, didn't really notice anything else out of place other than she was just on the phone. But to me, it looked like she was possibly going to meet somebody there, because we often see that multiple cars will show up, groups of people will meet up and walk and exercise in the park, whatever, and then they all get back to their separate cars. So it looked to me like she was trying to coordinate with whoever she was meeting and meet there at the park. So I proceeded out this way. I saw her come into the parking lot here, and I left the parking lot, left the park, went up through here. Like I said, went up towards the northern end of my patrol zone over there.
So just real quick, so your last visual of her is entering this lot?
Correct.
Okay. You want to put an arrow here where your last visual of her? Sure. Okay, put your initials in. Okay, so where do you go after that? Have a seat. What do you do anything after that?
So after that, as I mentioned, I drove up more than towards the northern end of my patrol area. I believe there had been some sensor activations that had gone off there as well while I was in the park. So I was going up to check and respond to those. While I was on the way there, another agent actually had acknowledged and cleared those out as being not good traffic. Some machinery, I believe, had set them off. So I just went back up into my area. Stayed to patrol that area for a while. Nothing really eventful happened until later in the shift.
Okay, so in other words, you didn't make any arrests that morning, Agent Dennison?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. Are you familiar with the term Carrizo clearing?
Yes, sir.
Was there any Carrizo clearing going on that day?
So that specific day?
Or during that time, that week?
Okay, during previous to that day, prior to that day, for about a week or two, there had been a Carrizo clearing project going on, perhaps even for a longer amount of time, but definitely for at least the 2 weeks prior to that. They had been clearing Carrizo from the north end of the park all the way down towards Fletcher Lane and south of downriver Fletcher Lane towards the Manadas Creek that's down there.
And when you say Carrizo clearing, explain what that is to the jury.
So people come in, a contract company comes in with heavier equipment, and they clear out the large areas of Carrizo that on the riverbanks that make it difficult for us to see or detect illegal entries. So they come in with heavy equipment, brush cutters, tractors, things of that nature, and they clear all that equipment down to just the bare ground pretty much. So you can easily see and detect anything coming through there. You can walk through, interdict any kind of illegal entries going on there.
Did that area include the brushy area or the bank area south of the soccer field, the Carrizo clearing project?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, it did. Like I said, it went from the north end of the park, the whole length of the park, and all the way south towards Manadas Creek.
Okay. I hate to bother you again, but
Sure.
just so that we show the jury, when you're describing the park for the jury.
So the park would be, like I mentioned earlier, the south end of the park down here, all the way up to the north end of the park, which would be up here. There's a large creek that runs through here, and it's the end of all the athletic fields. So the clearing project that was going on was from here, the upriver side of the park, all the way down, past the downriver side of the park, all the way pretty much past this map, and all the way down here.
So it would encompass this brushy area south of the soccer field?
Along the river banks.
Around the river banks.
Yes. Yeah, they weren't clearing up in here, but they were up in here, but they were clearing on the river banks along the areas.
And typically, what will happen with any of the technology you may have there if Carrizo clearing is going on? I'm talking about pole cameras, things.
Yeah, so
sensors.
any technology sensors and stuff that we have in those locations that at that time had to be removed because the equipment they use we're using to clear all that either could possibly damage those sensors or they would just repeatedly set them off and run battery down. We would just keep getting alerts on them. So that stuff was removed while that clearing was being done and then replaced.
And that information, you agents are aware that that technology has been removed?
Yes, that had been made aware to us before the project started, that during for the duration of this clearing project, all of those sensors will be removed from that area. Like I said, mostly just to prevent damage or loss of any of those, and then go back after. To my knowledge, the project was still ongoing, so those had not been placed back yet as of that date.
Thank you. So I want to fast forward a little bit now to later on that morning. Do you receive any calls, or what happens if anything?
So later that morning, I would say right around 11 a.m., a call went out over the radio of a report of a suspicious individual up by the pilot truck stop near the 13-mile marker.
13-mile marker
On IH-35.
On IH-35.
Yes, sir.
So you're now near the riverbanks, and you get a call of suspicious activity 13 miles north on 35.
At the 13-mile marker, yes, sir.
13-mile marker. Okay. So what do you do?
So that went out on the radio. A supervisor from my station called me over the radio, let me know that they wanted me to go respond and check on that suspicious individual that was reported to be possibly an illegal alien. So as I started to leave my area, I was parked on a bluff near the World Trade Bridge. So as I went to leave that area, as I was leaving, I saw another Kilo unit similar to mine. It was also a Ford F-150 coming into the area, traveling on a different road from where I was, but I had visual of that road. I could see it. Traveling at a pretty high rate of speed for that road. That road had a lot of washouts, ruts. It was very uneven. It was made of rock and dirt. It was nothing paved. I was traveling at what I considered a very high rate of speed in my experience for that road. Typically, I would only travel on that road, or I've only seen other agents travel on that road at that high rate of a speed if they have a reason to or need to, whether they're responding to some type of illegal entry, some type of emergency situation, somebody's asking for help, something of that nature, not just as a casual drive down that road. So when I saw this vehicle driving at such a high rate of speed, I decided to follow up, make sure that agent didn't need some help with whatever it is that they were doing, because to me it indicated that they had something going on, more than just a casual drive down the road, like I said.
I'm gonna stop you. Only
Sure.
Again, because this is important and to give the jury a visual. Is that road on this map? So that you can walk the jury through where you saw this other agent or vehicle. So, just if you could first point, just get everyone oriented here.
So
Where you saw this vehicle.
Old Trade Bridge, we mentioned earlier. I was right here, near this intersection. I had been parked right here. That little kind of circle you see there, it's just a wider dirt spot. I was traveling right here and stopped for a moment, and I saw the vehicle coming in on this road. Like I said, at a very high rate of speed. It goes downhill, it's very rough, a lot of potholes and ruts and stuff.
Okay, draw me an arrow where you see this vehicle. What kind of vehicle is this?
It was a kilo unit, Ford F-150.
Okay, put your initials right there. More or less, what time are we talking about?
So right then, it was probably around 11:05-ish, just a couple minutes after 11. Because like I said, that call had come in around 11 o'clock. And then they had, a few minutes went by, they called me to go respond to it.
So
probably
you're-
around 11:05-ish.
So you're heading out,
11:10.
and this kilo unit's heading in.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, and what, if anything, happens, tell the jury.
So that kilo unit continued down the road here, raising a pretty large cloud of dust. It was pretty dry. So I decided to go see what that was all about before I went to respond to that call out at the pilot. So as you can see, the road goes underneath the bridge over here. It goes over here and kind of U-turns around, and that's as far as you could drive. There was an older road right here, but there's a creek pretty much right on the edge of the map right here, where that edge of the map would be, that you couldn't pass through the vehicle at the time. So I knew that he wasn't going to go very far until he got to wherever he's responding to, whatever he was doing. So without getting on the radio to call him, I just decided let me follow him, help him out if he needs it. So I proceeded down the road. I could see that his dust trail continued this direction down the road. It didn't turn here, so I just kept following down the road.
Do you go under the bridge?
I did go underneath the bridge, yes, sir. As I got underneath the bridge, I was able to see the kilo unit coming back on this road right here, the one that's closest to the river, coming back towards me, driving again at a pretty high rate of speed. He was making a large dust cloud coming up behind him. So I decided I'll just stop and wait here for him to get to me, and then find out what he's got going on.
Okay, so that kilo unit, you guys come window to window?
Yes, sir.
Door to door?
Yes, sir. So I stopped there, waited for him to approach. As he got to my location, I went ahead and rolled my window down. He also put his window down, and we spoke.
And who's driving that kilo unit?
That was Supervisor Burgos was driving the kilo.
And the same Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles that's sitting here today?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. And in your exact words, what do you tell Agent Burgos?
So my exact words were.
That was the map. Are we gonna go back to the map or you? I don't know if you need the agent down there for the map, or you're gonna continue with the map determination.
Yes, just
All right.
one. So, your exact words too.
So I spoke to him. I said, "Hey, what's going on? You have the traffic, or what's going on?" He said, "No, I'm just exploring." I said, "Well, you were hauling ass down the road, man. I thought you had something going on. You responded to something." And he said, "No, I'm just exploring the area." I said, "Okay." I said, "Well, since he's my supervisor for the area, and I hadn't had contact with him since after muster that morning." I said, "Hey, I don't know if you heard it on the radio right now. They just called me to go respond to that pilot. They call out at the pilot." And he said, "No, I didn't hear that." I said, "Okay, I'm going to take off up there, so I'll be out of the area for a little while." And he just responded to me, "Okay, I'm gonna keep going this way, and I'm just going to keep exploring." Okay. And then he rolled his window up and proceeded south. Proceeded down.
Can you show us, just to finish off here?
Sure.
You see him here under the
Yes.
bridge, and he proceeds which way?
Right here in the bridge. So he proceeded down the road here, back this direction, and down this road here.
And what did you do?
So I turned around, proceeded out this way, and then south the road towards Fast.
Have a seat. The word exploring, what did you think about that word? Any impressions?
So yeah, at the time that I spoke with him, when he used that word multiple times, exploring, it struck me as an odd word to use.
Why?
Well, because at that time, Mr. Burgos had been an agent at the same station, at the Red Road Station, for I believe about 9 years. So he had experience working that area of operations for many years, just as I did. So I really didn't I never would have thought anybody used the word exploring for that. The only time you ever hear typically an agent use the word exploring would be if we're going to a brand new area we've never worked at, or if you've been gone for a long time, detailed to another station or the academy for a few years, and then you come back, well, you're going to explore and see what's changed, what's different. If you're going through a location that you've been through hundreds of times or more, exploring just seemed like a very odd choice of words for that.
Okay. So you told the jury that you received a call that you're going to respond to at the 13-mile marker. Did you go?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how long, or tell us from there what, if anything, happened?
So I proceeded north of 13-mile marker. As I approached and identified the individual that was from the call out, matched the description that our dispatcher had put out. As I approached him, went to exit my vehicle, I heard a radio transmission on our radio from Supervisor Burgos, stating that he had found a woman who was injured on the near the riverbanks on one of the river roads there near the end of Bristol. And he was asking for another agent that was also in the area I guess he had seen in the area another agent there to come and help him, and he was asking for EMTs for the lady because he said she was injured.
And you more or less remember around the time this happened?
So that was more or less around 20 minutes after 11 or so, because like I said, it was around 11:05, 11:10 or so when I encountered Mr. Burgos there near the bridge, and then driving time to get up to the pilot there, and like I said, as soon as I arrived there around the 13-mile marker, it was when he put that over the radio. So it was more or less around 11:20-ish.
Okay, so what do you do after you hear that call of him asking for other agents?
So when I heard that call, like I said, I was encountering this other individual. I went ahead and immediately conducted my immigration inspection with that individual, which turned out to be he was a United States citizen. As I went to leave, he asked me for a bottle of water. I tossed him a bottle of water real quick that I had in my ice chest. Got back in my vehicle and proceeded back south towards Bristol to assist any way that I could.
So you go back to, you make the location, you said you entered through where?
Yes, sir. So I proceeded south on IH-35, exited the Shiloh exit, went down Las Cruces to Mines Road. Mines Road is just a block up there to Bristol, turned north on Mines up to Bristol, went all the way to the end of Bristol. As I arrived at the end of Bristol, the gate that's there at the end that gives us access to the river areas, the dirt roads that are there, was closed and locked. So I exited my vehicle. As I was unlocking that lock, I could hear an ambulance. What sounded to me like an ambulance coming up Bristol. So I opened up that gate, brought my truck inside, and waited for the ambulance to arrive. So they could either go through the open gate, or I could take them if they chose not to bring their ambulance, because obviously it's a bigger, heavier vehicle that's not maybe designed for off-road use.
I'm going to, with court permission, again ask you to show where you entered the area where. Go ahead. Where Burgos was asking for help. We can orient the jury as to, you mentioned Bristol Road.
Yes, sir. So this is Bristol right here, and then at the end right here, there's a gate, a metal gate that goes across here, blocks entry into these dirt roads and the river areas.
Can you mark an X where that gate is? And that's a lock gate which you're initially next to.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so there's a gate there, you have the key?
Yes, sir. We have a little patrol lock on there that all agents from my station would have access. They have keys that access that lock.
Where do you go from there? You can show the jury.
So from there, I pulled in there, stopped. Like I said, I waited for the ambulance to arrive. The ambulance arrived. They went ahead and stopped right here on the end of the pavement. they got out of their vehicle, and they began to approach my vehicle. They asked me, hey, what's the condition of the victim, what's the condition of the lady? And as I was driving south on 35, I had heard another agent get on the radio and say that they had checked her pulse and they couldn't find a pulse. So I let them know they can't find a pulse on her, so she possibly is deceased. So at that moment, they went ahead, they turned around, they went back to their vehicle, they retrieved some other equipment. I don't know what type of equipment it was, but they retrieved some other equipment as well. And then they came on back to my truck. So when I arrived at the gate, while I was waiting for the ambulance, I got on my radio and I called one of the agents that was there on the scene already. And I said, hey, where are you guys at? Where do I go? Because all they had put out was the end of Bristol on the dirt road there. That's all I had heard yet. So I didn't know, whether I'm going straight in, turning left, turning right, whatever. So I said, where do I go? And I go straight, left, right. So one of the agents said, hey, I'll come out and get you. So while I was waiting on the EMTs, another Border Patrol agent came out on foot. That was Agent Herndon.
Herndon, okay.
Border Patrol Agent Herndon. He came out on foot up that road, arrived at my vehicle at the same time that the EMTs were getting their equipment. So I told him, hey, you drive my truck. Me and the EMTs jumped in the bed of my truck, and we proceeded down the road.
Show us which way you went.
So we went straight down this road right here, made a left turn, and then we turned right here and went on the riverside of this little island of grass and brush that's here. And as we arrived here, there was already a kilo unit parked there, and then Agent Herndon parked right behind.
Put a K1 where you saw that kilo unit. K1. Let me try a black truck. So that kilo's already there. Put your initials. So there's already a kilo unit there.
Correct, sir.
And arrow where you came in.
We came in this way.
Okay. Put your initials next to that. Okay. And what do you do with what trying to do with your vehicle?
So Agent Herndon parked my vehicle directly behind that kilo unit.
Okay, so put K2, kilo 2. Very good. So now you're at the scene.
Correct. So as
You can have a seat. Okay. So let's talk about what you see when you get off the back of your truck.
So as we arrived there, like I said, Agent Herndon parked my vehicle directly behind the kilo unit that was already there, which was Mr. Burgos' unit. I went ahead and me and the EMTs all exited the back of the truck. Agent Herndon also exited my truck. So as I got there, the EMTs immediately approached the female that was on the ground there. I saw her. She was further down the road in front of the kilo unit that was already there. She was laying across the road, kind of at an angle. She was facing away from me and somewhat face down.
Okay, hold on a second.
Yes, sir.
He's not gonna mark it, but can you show on 101 where you saw the
Okay.
yes, sir.
You wanna go down?
I'm gonna have to ask you again, sir, down here.
I don't know if you can turn it just a little bit further so you know that there's jurors at the end or not. Like over there, like this way, Mr. Addy. There you go. And maybe a little further back, just so, because I know the jurors here on this side are not able to see on the right hand side.
Maybe I can hold.
Okay.
All right, so I just want you to point for the jury what you saw.
Okay.
And
You can get closer up if you like. Thank you.
So just for orientation, this is the road that we came in from Bristol, comes right here. And like I said, made this left turn. This is the island that's in the middle. The first kilo unit would have been parked more or less right here. My kilo unit was parked right behind that. So as I exited the vehicle, I saw a female's body laying across the road, more or less right around here. She was, like I said, she was facing away from me, somewhat face down, like she had her arm across and then this arm across like that. So I was able to see her face, but I could see it was a female. She had long hair, She had a lot of blood around her hair, back of her neck, back area of her body. She also had a large blood spot on her right hip. And some pooling of blood right there near the hip. I can see near her body also a lot of blood splatter on the ground, on the dirt there. And some pooling of blood there around her body there in the dirt. Also behind, like at the end of her feet, behind there was, so more or less right here, there was a large rock, maybe like.
I'm sorry, Judge.
We have the body mic or something, because when you're speaking outward this way, it's very difficult.
Oh, that's not your mic.
Okay, so go ahead and speak.
So behind her, and a little bit, I guess, upriver of where her feet, closer to me from where her feet were, there was a large rock, maybe baseball to softball size rock that was covered in blood. Like the whole top of that rock was covered in blood. Like I said, there was a large amount of pooling and splatter marks in the dirt around her body.
Okay. Any other objects that you were noticing there near the body?
Right at that moment, no. The other agents?
No. Go ahead, have a seat.
Where do you go today? Further out. Yes.
So I'm going to show you what have already been admitted in the evidence, but I'm going to show you these photos from that area that you just described. See if you recognize 117, just yes or no.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you turn it over. 114.
Yes, sir.
Okay. 123.
Yes, sir.
Okay. 187.
Yes, sir.
124.
Yes, sir.
206.
Yes, sir.
125.
Yes, sir.
126.
Yes, sir.
127.
Yes, sir.
128.
I apologize, Mr. Ellis, we're having a.
Yeah, a little bit louder.
One, okay. 127. 128.
Yes, sir.
129.
Yes, sir.
132.
Yes, sir.
133.
Yes, sir.
134.
Yes, sir.
135.
Yes, sir.
248.
Yes, sir.
250.
Yes, sir.
And 251.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show some graphic photos of what he saw. So you described seeing a female laying face down?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna show you 123 is when you're approaching, is that what you see?
That's correct, sir, yes.
I'm gonna show you 187.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that her arm was under her body.
Correct.
You said that you saw blood splatters,
Yes, sir.
blood spatter.
Yes, sir, that would be consistent with what I saw.
What do you do at this point? What's happening at this time?
So at the time I arrived there, like I said, it kind of took me a minute to take it all in. The EMTs approached the female, began to use some of their equipment to attach to her. So I observed how she was laying, the surroundings. I observed the other agents that were there. All of the other agents that were there on the scene, except for one, were kind of over and hanging out near that little grassy island that I pointed out on the map there near the trucks, off to the left. And then one agent, Supervisor Burgos, I could see him on the other side of the female's body, and he was pacing back and forth up and down the road there. Looked like he was just looking down at the road, looking at the area.
Okay, let me ask you about this. You've got how many agents standing by the island?
So it would be 3 other agents and myself.
Okay, and you say Burgos has passed the body
Correct.
on the trail
Yes, on
Where
the dirt
there's-
road there.
where there's blood spattered.
Yes, sir.
What are your impressions about what you're seeing or what's going on?
So when I saw him down there, walking up and down, back and forth, my initial thought was, well, he shouldn't be down there, possibly contaminating the crime scene. But then as I thought about it, I said, well, he's only one agent down there. He's leaving one set of footprints. He should know not to step on any other footprints that he might see there to contaminate things. So his footprint should be able to be excluded from any footprints of any other victims or the perpetrator of this. So at the moment, my initial
Let me
okay.
stop you there. You mentioned
Go ahead.
Is he wearing the boots at that time?
Yes, he was wearing some black boots. Yes, sir.
Do you see any prints here that resemble?
Yes, sir.
Can you come down if the court will allow?
Sure.
Make it bigger. Go ahead. Thank you.
So, right.
A little bit louder on the speaking.
Louder on the
Agent.
So right here, these boot prints that you can see in the dirt right here, those will match the boots that I observed him wearing that day. Those are a Rocky boot. That's one of those boots that I said is available on our uniform website to order. That a lot of agents wear. Those are the footprint, the foot sign that is left by those particular boots that make and model brand. They match the system of those.
Did you notice any other tracks that were out there as far as
Well, this photo shows some vehicle tracks. I can see some other footprint there, but it's not really all that clear.
But gonna show you 117.
So what I'm able to see here was that as I was there observing, seeing, and looking at the other agents that was there, I was able to see some lines that were in the dirt that I discussed with the other agents that were there. At that initial moment, we weren't sure what they were yet. Later, we discovered what they were, but there would be these straight lines right here, which were consistent with a stroller that was discovered there. It looks like it was stopped here and turned sideways. Also in here, let me move this. Right here towards the bottom, you see these same footprints that are right here. These marks are also consistent with those same boots that Agent Burgos was wearing. So right here, if you see at the tip of where my finger is, there's another footprint right there that is not consistent with the boots he was wearing. Looks to me, I would identify that. In my experience with tracking individuals throughout my career, as some type of tennis shoe, running shoe, cross trainer type athletic shoe, which none of the agents that were there they would have been wearing.
Show him again where you see that tennis shoe print.
Yeah, it might be easier to think like that. This is harder than it looks. Right there at the tip of the pen. Right there. You can see the squares and the round part of the heel right there. That would be consistent with the shoe I just described.
And that tennis shoe is around the same lines of a wagon or stroller or something?
Yes, so right here, right up here, you see the lines of the wagon. I'm sorry, the stroller. Right here where it stopped, turned sideways, and then right beneath that are the tracks from that tennis shoe.
Okay, I see. And that is Exhibit 117. And then on the tire track marks, that was 206. On the first footprints that he identified Burgos' boots, that's 118. Okay. After you see Burgos walking, is he walking towards you, away from you on that trail?
So when I first arrived, he was just walking up and down, back and forth, both towards me and then turn around away. He went back and forth maybe about 3 times, and then he proceeded back towards me as the EMTs were working on the female. Past them, as he proceeded past me, he sort of scuffed his. I'm sorry, not past me, towards me, past the female's body. He scuffed his feet a few times, and then he made contact with that large rock that I mentioned that was covered in blood. He caused that to roll maybe a foot or two down the road, disturbed that quite a bit, and then he proceeded past me past that point back towards me, towards the truck where I was at. He just went to the front of his truck there near the driver's side door, and he just stayed right there in that area for that moment.
You're using this word, scuffed.
Yes, sir.
Can you demonstrate, you can come down here and demonstrate what you mean, that you in front of the, now what I'm going to ask you to do is, walking that way, demonstrate what you see Burgos doing.
So as he's walking down the road, he just kind of, instead of picking up his feet as you normally would, he just kind of dragged him a little bit in the dirt, creating disturbance more than you would in the dirt versus just picking up your feet and walking, actually kind of scuffing them along the ground. How you can walk on them.
Go ahead and have a seat, sir.
Thank you. Now, when he's coming back towards you, you say he also kicks that, he literally hits the rock with his feet.
Yes, sir.
The same
Yeah,
rock.
I mean, he doesn't haul back and kick it like he's kicking a soccer ball or football or something, but yeah, he definitely like I said, scuffs those feet, disturbs that rock, kicks it, moves it, a foot or two down the road, causes it to roll.
And that rock in relation to where the body was?
So it was a little bit closer to the trucks and kind of behind her feet on the road there. It was within a couple of feet of her feet there.
What's the exhibit number?
This is exhibit 123.
Thank you.
Are you able to identify that or see that rock that you were describing?
Can we?
I'm going to show you 257, exhibit 257.
Yes, sir. So it should be that rock that's marked right here with the number 2. It's right there. That is the rock that he kicked and moved. Yes, sir.
Okay. So, did you see any other rocks with blood on them, or did you go past the body yourself?
At that time, no.
Okay.
Later, yes.
Okay, so further down the trail, had you recognized this rock with blood or not?
No, sir.
Okay. But is that consistent with blood spatter?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So after he walks around the body, disturbs that rock, what else do you see him do?
So he comes back to the truck, like I said, to his vehicle. He stopped there. So as I was there looking, observing the scene, I started thinking about everything that I had seen and heard up to that point. And as I was traveling to the end of Bristol there, I had heard several people on the radio, and somebody had made mention of they believed she may have been attacked on the riverbanks or possibly on the Mexican side of the river, and it looked like maybe this was, she was trying to get to some help, and this is as far as she made it. So based on the way that she was laying across the road, there was some blood splatter coming, kind of from the direction that she was laid there. I said, well, let me check towards the river and see if maybe that is true. Maybe I can find a blood trail where she came from. Maybe there's other victims. Possibly the perpetrator that did this is still in that area near the riverbanks. So.
Let me stop you there.
Yes, sir.
Are you armed at this time?
Yes, sir. So
how are you armed?
So at that time I was armed. I was dressed in the same uniform right now, armed with a sidearm. I also retrieved my rifle from my vehicle. I had a service-issued M4 rifle. Retrieved that, and I went to Agent Burgos and I let him know, hey, I'm going to go check this brushy area towards the river.
If you can step down here and show the jury your steps, where you went looking around, what you did while you were...
So as we mentioned, truck 1, truck 2 right here, body was here just for orientation. So I left my truck, I went to Mr. Burgos. I said, I'm going to go get into the grass here, I'm going to check towards the river, try not to disturb anything. If I find anything evidentiary, I'm going to look for any other possible victims, perpetrator, anything where she came from. So
Where's the river here?
river is down here. So this is actually part of the clearing area where they cleared Carrizo out. You can see it's kind of clear right here. So I went into the grass right here near the trucks, near the front of the trucks. I decided because she was laying at an angle this way, I'm going to search from more or less where she's at back this direction. Because it just looked at a glance that's where the direction she was traveling when she stopped there. So I went into the grassy area there, right off the edge of the road. Started searching, kind of zigzagging back and forth, looking for any kind of blood trail coming from that direction, any kind of disturbance in the grass, any fresh grass trail, anything laid down that indicate that her or anybody else had traveled from the river that way.
Did you find anything?
I did not, sir. I went all the way to the riverbanks and did not find anything in that direction. So I came back to my vehicle. I let Mr. Burgos know I hadn't seen anything of interest over there that would indicate anything. So I put my rifle back in my vehicle, waited a short time longer. At that time, there had been a couple of uniformed PD officers, and I believe one or two detectives had showed up at the scene as well. The EMTs were leading. They had already disconnected the equipment from her. I heard them make mention that they believed she had been deceased for probably about 2 hours at that point. So as they left, I asked them, I noticed that she didn't have shoes on her feet. So I asked them, hey, did you guys take her shoes off? And there was a shoe laying on the ground next to her. I said, did you guys take her shoes off? And they said, no, we didn't take her shoes off. She was already barefoot, but we did cut the back of her pants. They cut the back of her pants open to attach whatever equipment they attached to her legs there. But other than that, they said they did not disturb the body. Other than cutting the back of her pants, they did not disturb the back of her body. I'm sorry, disturb her body at all.
Where do you go now on this map that you see?
So after the EMTs left, I stayed there thinking for a moment. I said, well, just because she's angled that way doesn't mean she necessarily came from that way. So let me search. The same thing I did, just to rule out any other possible victims that might need help over here. Make sure that this area is safe for us to be working in, EMTs, everybody else to come into. So I decided to search from her body. I had already searched from her body back this direction. So well, let me start at her body and go this direction now forward. So I went back into the grass again. I let Agent Burgos know what I was doing. I went back into the grass again, stayed off the road so I wouldn't contaminate anything. Went back into the grass and started proceeding down the road, looking for any indication of grass trails, blood trails, any indication anybody had come from the riverbank toward it.
Now, speaking about grass around this area, do you notice anything unusual about anywhere in the grass?
Yes, sir. So as I proceeded further down the trail here, along off the edge into the grass, I got up to more or less this location here. Hadn't seen anything yet. And then I noticed a large area of grass, maybe about 4 or 5 feet in diameter, that was all smashed and matted down right off the edge of the road. Like maybe a foot off the road right there, maybe 2 feet off the road, a large area of grass that was smashed and matted down. That looked like someone had either sat there, squat there, knelt down there. They had spent some time right there. It wasn't somebody walking through.
Now, talk about your training and years of looking for sign
Okay.
or cutting. Explain to them what that is.
So at this point in time, I had been in Border Patrol for almost 18 years, just shy of 18 years. So a large part of my career I've spent doing what we call sign cutting operations. And even if you're not doing sign cutting details within the Border Patrol, you do a lot of tracking. So a lot of that involves identifying sign, tracking, following that sign, sometimes over miles of ranch lands from one ranch to another, through brush, rocks, dirt, and being able to identify the type of sign by the type of footprint, size, shape, the pattern that's within the footprint, and also the age of the footprint as well, based on how windblown it is and how worn that print looks.
Mr. Hernandez,
How
can
windblown-
you
how
do this?
windblown and
I'll tell you
how
this.
worn
Step
that-
back when you're not gonna be testifying. I mean, looking at the big post report. Step over here, sir, and then speak that way. That way, the court reporter is right here.
So you're talking about.
So yeah, I spent a lot of my career looking at tracks in the dirt and being able to follow them, identify them, age them, things of that nature. And it's not also always tracks in the dirt. Like I mentioned, grass trails. If a person walks through grass, especially of any height, you're going to lay down, knock down some of that grass. You're going to leave an indication that you passed through there. And you can also usually identify a humans from an animals most of the time as well.
But here you do see some grass that is matted down, you say?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So further up the trail, around this area here, there was a large area, 4 to 5 feet in diameter, that was laid down, matted down. That would indicate somebody was there for either for an extensive period of time, or they, either pacing around, or they knelt down, or laid down, or squatted down there to make themselves smaller. So at that moment, my first thought when I saw that was possibly whoever attacked her was laid here or waiting here in ambush for the individual for the deceased lady.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
Did Agent Burgos walk by that same area?
Yes, he did. Yes, when I observed him walking, so I was here by the trucks. The lady's body was more or less here. I observed him walking all the way up past here, all the way up this area, out of my sight, and then back again. Like I said, at least 2 to 3 times, and then he walked back again. So he had walked past that area a couple times, yes.
And would any trained Border Patrol agent have noticed that matted grass?
Yes, sir, I would expect so. As close to the road as it was. Yeah, it was very easy to see, very visible. Anybody who spent any time in the Border Patrol should be able to pick that out for you. Yes, sir.
And this supervisor didn't indicate anything about that clue?
No, sir.
Okay. So what do you do after you see that grass?
So once I saw that grass, like I said, I looked at it, I thought, well, maybe somebody stayed here trying to ambush this individual. So I kind of kept looking at the edges of it. I noticed a grass trail in the grass that was matted down, leaving that grassy area, going more towards the river into the brush right here, kind of curved over this direction. And as I let my eyes follow that grass trail, first picked up the color of some clothing there, and I noticed they were bloody, and then I could tell that it was a child.
What do you do?
So I called out to the other officers and agents that were there. I didn't really have visual contact with them anymore because of the slight curve in the road and because I was off the road into the brush. If I was on the road, I would have been able to see them, but I was off the road into the grass there.
So you're not
So I let them
you're not visible to anybody at this time.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So how do you
So
vocalize it?
I just vocalized to them verbally.
What do you say?
I said, hey, I found another body over here, and I said, I'm pretty sure it's a child. And then I heard some people vocalize back to me, oh shit, no, man, so some grunts and groans, people obviously reacting to that. And then they just told me, okay, we're going to come to you.
And what do you do?
So at that point, I went ahead and stepped closer to the child. Obviously, first priority there was to see if there was any signs of life in the child, if there's anything we can do to help the child. As I approached, I didn't make contact physically with the child. I approached it within about 4 or 5 feet. I was able to observe the child there. He was laying face up. His head was turned to the right. He had quite a bit of blood on his shirt, some on his pants. There was a large, I won't say large, there was a cut here, a visible cut on the side of his neck, right where his carotid artery would be. There was a pool of blood on the grass from that. You could see blood that was coagulated already on his neck there. His mouth was partially open. His eyes were open about halfway. I watched his chest to see if I could see any signs of breathing or anything like that. I saw no signs of respiration at all whatsoever. And then there was some flies also beginning to gather on him. So as another officer approached me, got to my location, he asked me, hey, did you touch the child at all? I said, no, I have not. Described to him what I observed. He observed the same thing. At that point, somebody had also asked, hey, do you need EMTs back? And I told him, no, I'm pretty sure we're past that point. Once, also with the knowledge that they told me that the female had been deceased for 2 hours as well. So the other officer showed up there. He agreed with the assessment. So now I'm pretty sure the child's been deceased for an amount of time beyond our help there.
What do you do after you see the child? What else do you do?
So from here where the child was, I went ahead and me and that officer that showed up there, we moved back closer to the road. I believe some other officers and detectives were also coming towards us at that time. So as I was standing inside the grass here and I looked across the road this direction, I was able to see sticking up out of the grass a wheel sticking up there and part of just some claws, the bar sticking up. And it caught my attention right away as I looked across the road because it was very, very clean. Looked new, it didn't look sunburnt, sun faded. It was plastic and rubber. So usually when those things are outside in the elements, obviously they become eroded by the sun. The color will fade on them, they turn whitish, grayish. This didn't look like that at all. It looked very clean and new.
Can you show us where you saw that? More or less.
So the child was more or less in this area, and it was across the road here in the grass. It was,
What was it?
so that was the stroller. So as I looked at it across there, I called out to the other agents that were there, because we had been discussing already those lines that I mentioned earlier in the road that stood out. And we hadn't really figured out what they were yet. We had talked about them maybe some kind of cart or wagon. So I called out to the agent and said, hey, I think I found the cart over here. And I said, I think it's a stroller. So I called out to them, and then when I said that, I heard Supervisor Burgos from the area where he was at. He was over with all the other agents near the trucks. I heard him respond, and he said, oh yeah, I saw that, but I just thought it was something garbage, just some trash thrown there. Here's your pen.
Agent, I have some here, Danny. Danny, I'm good. Danny, I've got him. I got him. Did you find anything else while you were out there?
Yes, sir. So after I saw that stroller, I crossed the road in a manner best I could to not disturb anything on the road. Proceeded to it, was able to observe the back side of that stroller facing away from me. I was able to see some potato, looked like some Doritos chips, a pack of Wipies was kind of laying and falling off the back of it. It was laying on its side, like I said, with the part where the child would sit facing away from me. So as I was looking at it, I asked for another officer, police officer that had shown up to approach from the opposite side. He approached from the opposite side, and he confirmed to me that there was no child in there. I asked him if there was any other child visible in the stroller to make sure that obviously we don't have somebody else there. He said no, that it was empty. So I didn't see any other kind of disturbance on that side of the road. So I crossed the road back over, and I let one.
What did you proceed to do when you crossed the road back over again towards the river?
So after I crossed the road back over towards the river, I went ahead and proceeded further downriver, also staying in the grass off the road, so I didn't disturb any kind of foot sign or footprints or evidence that was there. Looking for any indication, as I said earlier, that someone had approached the road from that side, from the river side of the road. I was able to see a very, very slight, faint grass trail going away, looked like away from the road towards the river. It looked more like an animal trail to me than a human trail. It looked very faint, very thin, which is one of the ways we kind of identify human versus animal grass trails. But I decided to investigate it anyway. So as I walked down through that little thin grass trail towards the river, maybe 20 yards or so, I got to a drop-off area where it dropped down towards the river. Right before that, I saw a shoe laying there in the grass. It was a white shoe, cloth, and as I looked at it, to me it looked like it matched or was very similar to the shoe that I had seen near the feet of the female victim. So I called out again. I asked over there, I said, hey, can you describe to me the shoe that she's wearing? Is there any kind of markings on it, any kind of brand, anything like that, the shoe that's near her body? They said they didn't see any kind of markings or brand or anything on it at the time. I was able to see on the inside of the shoe, on the insole, because the shoe was face up, the one I could see, it said memory foam on it. I said, okay, took that away. They just told me, hey, there's another officer coming over there. He marked it with some yellow tape, and then I proceeded back towards the road, looked on the road itself. We proceeded a little bit further downriver, just looking for any kind of sign on the road, any kind of footprints that were there that I might be able to identify. The only visible fresh footprints that I could see there were consistent with the boots that Agent Burgos was wearing. So at the time, I said, okay, well, Agent Burgos walked down here. These are his boot prints. I don't see anything else. So I went ahead and moved back towards the trucks, through the grass, and way back towards our vehicles there. As I went back towards the vehicles and past the female's body again, I stopped, had a look at the shoe that she had there, and I could see inside of that shoe, on the inside, it also said memory foam, and it looked like an exact match for that other shoe that was over there in the grass.
I'm going to now show you, I'm going to show you 124. This is an area along that trail, right? And had you happen to notice blood splatters all along that trail? Or let me ask you this specifically, was there blood trail from where those stroller marks had stopped back to the body of the victim?
So at the time that I was there, my focus was more on what's in the grass coming from the riverbank or going to the riverbank, more so than what was actually on the road, because I knew Agent Burgos had already walked up that road, so I wasn't really looking too hard at checking it. So I didn't really observe the trail between the stroller marks and the body, sir.
Okay, no problem with
Not in detail.
Yes, sir.
Because that wasn't what I was looking for.
I'm going to also publish some photos of the child. So these are graphic photos. Show you 125. Can you see what we see here?
Yes, sir. That would be consistent with the view that I saw from the area where I saw the matted down grass near the road, looking towards into the brush area. When I first noticed the child, that would be pretty much the view that I had there, or something similar to that.
I'm going to show you 126.
Yes, sir. That would be as you closer approach the child there.
127.
Yes, sir. That would be consistent with what I saw that day.
What do we see here?
So here would be the view looking back across the road towards where the stroller is there. As I mentioned, you can see the wheels sticking up, part of the cloth material.
129.
Yes, sir. Same stroller.
133.
Yes, sir. That would be the view from the back of it where I could see into it.
I'll show you 134.
Yes, sir.
The condition, this is what you had described. It looked like something new that
Yes,
had
sir.
not been burnt by the sun.
Yeah, especially the cloth parts that you can see are not faded by the sun at all. The black plastic on it.
You also said that you had seen some wipies
Correct, sir.
and some.
Yes, sir. The wipes are laying on the ground right here. Doritos are right there.
And that's 135. I'm going to show you 248. This picture of the shoe.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's the white shoe that I found in the grass.
Okay. 251.
Yes, sir. Same shoe.
And I'll show you a 250.
Yes, sir. Same shoe.
Did this shoe match the shoe that was near the victim?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you 149. This is an aerial view. You recognize this area?
Yes, sir. You want me to point out anything specific, or?
No. Well, these particular vehicles.
Yes, sir. The bottom vehicle in the picture there would have been Mr. Burgos' truck. The one above that, behind it, would have been my truck. Yes, sir.
do you believe, do you have an opinion how that shoe ended up in that location?
To me, it looked like it was probably tossed over there because there wasn't, like I said, a clear grass trail going to it that looked like a human grass trail. Like I said, there was just a hint of an animal grass trail starting towards it, and then after that, there wasn't really anything until I got to that area and looked around and found that shoe. So to me, it appeared like somebody tossed or threw it over that direction. Same thing with the stroller. When I crossed the road from where the child's buddy was towards the stroller, I was able to observe the tracks of the stroller there, the lines, and they went forward and then they turned sideways and then they just disappeared. It didn't look like it was rolled into the grass. It looked like it was probably picked up and tossed into the grass. And there was no grass trail going from the road to the stroller. It was just there.
Let me follow up on that. So, from the tracks that you saw, the stroller tracks had a stopping point.
Correct.
Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir. Yes.
And you said the stopping point of that stroller had it moving either left or right, but no longer proceeding south.
Correct, sir. Yes.
And around that stroller, you've identified that there was either some of the Rocky boot tracks that Burgos was wearing when you got there.
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes.
And you also identified from one of the exhibits that you saw, which in your experience is a tennis shoe mark around the stroller marks.
Correct. Yes, sir.
After you have found the baby, and you've already discovered the stroller, and you've also found the shoe that matches the victim's shoe on the trail, what, if any, type of contact do you have with Agent Burgos at this time?
So after I went back to our vehicles, I should say on the way back, I was asked by one of the detectives there to write a written statement, synopsis of just what I had seen and observed that day. So when I got back there, all the other agents, Border Patrol agents that were on scene, they had a paper statement that they were filling out and writing. They were actually all over my truck, pretty much using it as a table, the top of the truck, side of the truck, because there's not a lot to write on out there. So as I approached them, I noticed that Agent Burgos had 2 copies of the form. Because I asked, hey, does anybody have an extra copy? They said, yeah, Burgos has an extra. I noticed he had 2. And he said, no, we ran out. Go get one from one of the officers. I said, okay. So I went back to one of the uniformed PD officers that was there. I said, hey, the detective asked me to do a written statement. Do you have any more? That officer said, no, we gave them enough for all of you guys. One of you guys should have one, have an extra. So I went back. I went back to Agent Burgos. I said, hey, they said they gave you guys an extra for me to be able to have one. And he said, no, I started one, and then it was just a rough draft. I messed it up. It's a rough draft, so I used the other one, the extra one. I said, okay. So I went back to the PD officer. I said, hey, he told me he messed one up, so he had to use the extra one. So now I need one. Okay, wait a few minutes, and we'll go up to my vehicle and get another one. So.
Okay. And did you eventually fill out a voluntary statement of what you did there or what you saw that?
Yes, sir, I did. I proceeded up to the end of Bristol with one of the uniformed officers. He gave me another statement. I sat in the front of his vehicle and I filled that out.
And that would be, I guess, a summary, probably not matching every word for word you said here today, but a summary.
Right. It's a you don't have a ton of room to write on them. It's just like a page and a half or maybe a page that's handwritten. So it's just a quick synopsis summary of these are some of the things I observed when I arrived on the scene.
Let me ask you, in your, at that time, 17 years of experience, have you ever seen a crime scene like that?
A murder scene? No, this is the first murder scene that I've responded to. I've seen other dead bodies that I've responded to in the brush, but those have all been usually related to heat stress, dehydration, exposure to the elements, trains, contact with the train, things of that nature.
Murder scene, what makes you say that? Your impressions as you're one of the first ones to arrive?
The amount of blood that's there, mostly the amount of blood, the splatter, looked like multiple wounds. Like I said, there was a full separate one on near one of her hips, and then all the blood around her head, neck area. To me, it looked like a violent crime. It didn't look like anything else I would describe.
At any time that you were there, did Agent Burgos inform you that he had found or had in his possession the cell phones of either of the victims?
No, sir, not at all.
At any time that you were there with your supervisor, Agent Burgos, did he ever at any time inform you that he knew who the victim's identity was?
No, sir, not at all.
Did he at any time make any statements as to what he thought had happened there in your presence, yes or no?
No, not in my presence. He never mentioned that he knew her at all or recognized her or anything.
Very well. Your Honor,
Thank you. We're going to have you come back after lunch for further examination from perhaps both counsel. But for now, we're going to go ahead and cut off for lunch. We're going to try and do an hour and 15, an hour, hopefully be able to get an hour and 15 minutes. So it's 12:35, I believe. So let's see if we can get everyone get in here by get started by 1:45 or 1:50, the latest. Okay. Thank you. Remember that you're still in the instructions that I give you, especially with regard to communicating with among yourselves or anyone else with regard to what you've heard here for the last couple of days. Thank you.
All right, so adjourned.
facilities, so it should be any time now.
Judge, may we address something before the jury?
Address, yes. Just close the door there.
I would just ask, if we are not on the record, if the court would instruct the media not to zoom in. We believe it's interfering with Mr. Burgos-Aviles' right to a confidential conference with his counsel and in violation of the Sixth Amendment right to counsel.
All right. So when most of the time, obviously, when we're in the courtroom, similarly to what we do when we come off the bench, or Thank you, everyone. Please have a seat. We'll continue with our examination of Is that you?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, officer.
Afternoon, sir.
Officer, you testified on direct examination. You've been a Border Patrol agent for 23 years. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And so back in 2018, I think you said it had been about 18 years. Is that correct?
Yeah, about 2 months short of 18 years, yes.
And you also told Mr. Alanese that during that 18 years, you'd never encountered a murder scene. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
And you're a Border Patrol agent. You're not a police officer, correct?
Correct.
Right. But you know not to disturb a crime scene, correct?
Correct, sir. We've received limited training in that, yes.
And you testified on direct examination that you thought it was suspicious that Supervisor Burgos-Aviles was, in your mind, disturbing a crime scene. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay. Now, you also on direct examination talked about tracking.
Yes,
and
sir.
your experience in tracking.
Correct, sir.
Do you hold any certifications or titles in tracking?
No, sir. That's not something that the Border Patrol issues certifications or titles for.
And today you described giving a written statement, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you said that was the day of the murders, April 9th, correct?
I made one statement the day of the murders and a second statement the day following. Yes, sir.
Okay. So one the day of, and then April 9th, and then another on April 10th.
That'd be accurate, sir. Yes.
All right, let's take this opportunity, look at your phones right now, and turn them off or put them on silent, please. Thank you. Proceed.
So the one that was April 9th, the day of the murders, right? That was, you gave that statement before you learned that Supervisor Burgos-Aviles was a suspect. Is that correct?
That'd be correct, sir. Yes.
Right. And then the statement that you gave April 10th, that was at the police station. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And that was after you knew Mr. Burgos-Aviles was a suspect.
Correct.
And I'd like to talk to you about the statement that you made April 9th prior to knowing that Mr. Burgos-Aviles was a suspect.
Okay.
All right, to start. In that statement that you gave at the scene, it was immediately after the events occurred, correct?
Correct.
When they were all fresh in your mind, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, in that statement you gave April 9th, you didn't say anything about Mr. Burgos-Aviles acting suspicious. Is that correct?
Can I have do you have a copy of the statement I can refer to?
You
I haven't memorized the statement.
Okay. So we have an electronic version. I apologize.
Are you connected?
We can plug it in. Is it possible?
It's there. It popped up. You see it there?
Yes, sir.
Now we're
We got it now.
Well, you have it on the screen. Okay, thank you. Do you need a moment to look this over?
Yeah, that'd be great.
And so, you can see that it indicates that it's April 9th.
Correct.
And that's the day of these murders, correct?
Yes.
And scroll down. And this is your handwriting that you wrote, is that correct?
Correct.
And you can see it on that screen right in front of you, is that right, sir?
Yes, sir.
Just take a moment. Let me know when you've finished reviewing what's on the screen, and we'll have we'll scroll down some more.
Go ahead and scroll. You can go ahead and go to the next.
Let me know when you've finished.
Okay.
Okay. Now, you were asked on direct examination by the district attorney if you didn't include everything, and you said you did not, and it was because you ran out of space. Is that correct?
Well, I said there's limited space to include, yes.
Now, looking at your original statement, you left a lot of it blank. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so on this original statement, you didn't run out of space. Is that correct?
It would appear not, yes, sir.
Okay. And reviewing it today,
Mhm.
your original statement, there's nothing in there that you indicated that Mr. Burgos-Aviles was acting suspicious. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir, yes.
Okay.
At the time, I just dismissed his behavior as, as you noted, Border Patrol agents don't often respond to murder scenes, scenes of that nature. So I just dismissed it in my mind at the time as, okay, his odd behavior is just because he's never handled this kind of scene before. Maybe he's thrown off by what he's seeing here. So that's why I didn't feel at that time a need to mention that.
So you said that his odd behavior, maybe it was effective seeing a dead body. Is that correct?
At that moment, that's how I dismissed it, correct. That's how I
It was
justified
only
it.
After you learned that Mr. Burgos-Aviles was a suspect that you focused your written statement on Supervisor Burgos-Aviles. Is that correct?
I don't know if I focused my written statement on it. I wrote my statement as I observed the facts, sir.
And the statement that you gave April 10th,
Mm-hmm.
you'd recognize it if I showed it to you. Is that correct?
I'm sure I would.
Judge, may I approach?
You may.
And I have marked the April 10th statement as number 2, using the proper stickers.
Defendants too.
I apologize. I have a cough drop in my mouth because I have allergies. So please excuse me. Those 2 pages and what is Defendant's Exhibit number 2, do those accurately reflect the statement that you gave on April 10th?
I'm sure they do. Can I have a moment to read the entirety? Thank you. Okay, sir.
And does that, what's marked as Defendant's Exhibit Number 2 accurately reflect the statement that you gave on April 10th?
Yes,
At the police station? Okay. At this time, I'd ask that Defendant's 2 be admitted into evidence.
Object, Your Honor. You can use it for impeachment, but not to introduce it. I'd have-
Approach, please. Sustained. You can obviously use it for all other purposes that you intend to.
I'd like to talk to you about your testimony about the rock being kicked, right? And I want to make sure I understand your testimony today. As I understand, and you gave a demonstration to the jury, you said that Mr. Burgos-Aviles dragged his feet or he scuffed the ground. Is that correct?
correct, sir.
Okay. And he scuffed the ground, right, kicking a rock several feet. That was near the body. Is that correct? Am I stating your...
Yes.
Okay, correctly? All right. Now, sir,
Thank you.
every time you tell this story, the story changes a little bit. Isn't that correct?
I don't believe so, sir, no.
Okay, so I just showed you what was marked as Defendant's Exhibit Number 2, and in that written statement, and it is after you knew Mr. Burgos-Aviles was a suspect, you wrote, I witnessed Burgos walking up and down the road past the female body, but I did not witness him touch either body or any other evidence on the scene. Isn't that what you wrote in your written statement?
Correct, sir.
Okay.
Correct.
So I just want to make sure everyone understands. Today you said that you saw him drag his feet and kick a rock, which was very obviously a part of the scene and the evidence. Correct? The day after the incident, when it was fresh in your mind and you had the best recall of the events, you said you did not witness Mr. Burgos touch either the body or any evidence at the scene. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's what I wrote, sir. Yes.
And the exhibit that I just showed you says, I hereby swear or affirm that the contents of this written statement are true and correct, and I understand that any falsification or untruthfulness will constitute a violation of the law of perjury. Correct?
Correct.
That's what it says. And as a Border Patrol, you're a member of law enforcement.
Right. Yes.
So you understood what that language meant.
Yes.
correct? And as a member of law enforcement, you know that when you make a sworn statement, it must be complete and accurate, correct?
Correct.
Because you understand that a jury, judges and attorneys will look at that statement and rely upon it, correct?
Correct. So, if I may, sir?
One second, wait for the next questions.
Okay.
Now, can I have State's Exhibit?
It should all be up here
257.
in the bins. The state does not have any of the exhibits up in the council table there. Admitted exhibits. Can you put them back on the bin, please?
These are not gonna be.
It's the one.
149 and 65, 124, 139. Of course, 131, 183, 123, 127.
If you don't have any more, you. I think there's two. Approach, please.
So you previously.
So why are you taking those with you?
If I may approach just
For the record, I'm passing the witness, States Exhibit 253 and 257. And you previously identified both 253 and 257, is that correct?
I don't believe I did, sir.
Okay. Well, that is the rock to which you identified that you testified that Mr. Burgos-Aviles kicked, is that correct?
I believe 257 was. 253, I believe, is the one I said I could not identify.
Okay.
But the level of zoom on the pictures makes it difficult. It'd be better if there was a more zoomed out picture,
Okay.
and I could see a large portion of the scene.
So,
We have to switch to the evidence.
So I just want to make sure everyone understands your description of the time that morning is that about a few minutes after you saw Mr. Burgos-Aviles say he was exploring, you heard the call over the radio, and that's where you came directly to Father McNoble Park. Is that correct?
Correct. It
And,
was about 10 minutes after I spoke to him.
And you went immediately to the scene and were trying to assist. That's where you witnessed the dead body, correct?
Correct.
And it was around that time, right, immediately on the scene where you saw Mr. Burgos-Aviles on the other side of the body while the 3 or 4 other, the 3 plus you, other Border Patrol agents were on the island, correct?
Correct.
And you thought it unusual that he would be on the other side because he might be disturbing the scene.
Correct.
Okay. And that is prior to, and I apologize, let me back up. And then it was moments after you saw him on that scene, on the other side of the body, that you saw him scuffing his feet or dragging his feet and kick the rock. That's depicted in 257, is that correct?
Correct.
Right. And so that's prior to crime scene investigators coming out and taking photos, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so this photo in 257, which has an evidence marker here, and was apparently taken by Laredo Police Department crime scene, that is after Mr. Burgos-Aviles kicked the rock. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. It would have to be.
Okay, and I don't have the best eyesight, but sir, you said you discussed on direct examination your ability of looking at tracks and tracking, And you
Correct.
pointed out for the district attorney some shoe prints.
Yes.
Could you come show the jury where on this photograph the tracks of Mr. Burgos-Aviles dragging his feet are?
I can look.
And it's magnified, so you can do it search.
I was just kind of trying to see. I'll put it down before I pull it out. On this photo, I can identify the drag marks.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, from that photo, I can't point out any drag marks that I could identify.
What was on the document in the defendant's? I'm
It's-
sorry, plaintiff's, states 257?
It was states 257, yes, sir. If I could just have one moment. Now, I understand that you and Supervisor Burgos-Aviles both worked at the Laredo North Station. Is that correct?
Correct.
And in the almost 9 years that Supervisor Burgos-Aviles was at the Border Patrol, you two never worked one-on-one. Is that correct?
A few times, like not one-on-one in the same truck riding together, but maybe at the checkpoint, some other assignments like that where we would have interaction, yes, but not one-on-one for an entire shift, no, sir.
Okay. And you'd been there almost twice as long as Supervisor Burgos. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And had you ever applied for a promotion or applied to become a supervisor?
I applied one time, I believe back in 2006, 2007-ish. That was it. Didn't get selected and never did apply again.
Judge, I pass the witness back.
All right.
Thank you for your patience.
Yes, sir.
Any follow-up? Redirect?
You still have that statement of,
No, sir, hand it back to him.
Yeah, that's the right one.
just gonna ask you, looking at the same statement. Which statement that I just handed to you, when did you write that one?
This was on April 10th, the day following the murders.
Now, you began to try to explain maybe perhaps why your testimony didn't include everything, or your statement didn't include all of your testimony.
Correct.
You wanna
So,
explain why?
as I mentioned earlier, also that there is limited space on these forms. On this form, I did use the entire space available. Did run out of space, and I had already made a statement the day prior, which included a quick synopsis of everything I had observed at the scene. So I went back and tried to make sure I included everything that I hadn't included in that first statement the day before, the events that I had not described prior, as well as I also made a verbal statement while I was there at the police department, outlining the whole experience of the day, which should coincide with everything I've testified to here today. So I felt that was way more important than whatever I wrote here, because I did have limited space, and I was asked to give a quick synopsis of what I observed here.
Now, let's put things into context. The first one, you were riding it on the hood of a truck, or where were you?
I was sitting in the front seat of a police car.
Okay. And after having discovered or seen a dead female,
Correct.
a dead baby,
Correct.
a bloody crime scene.
Yes, sir.
and
Yeah,
this
it was a lot of things, emotions, visuals to process and to process in your head.
So you have
So-
a lot going on at this moment, right?
Yes, sir. And I'm sure still doing some processing the following day as well.
Correct. Everything that you testified here today, is that the truth?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any reason or ill will or any motive to make anything of this up?
No, sir, not at all.
Now, at the time, this trail, this dirt trail, in your best estimates, I want you to go back there in your mind from where the stroller mark stopped to where the female's body lay. How far is that distance? Estimate.
Maybe 15 yards at the most.
Your testimony to the jury was that you saw him pass the body dragging his feet, right? Or
The female's body, yes.
past the female's body.
Mhm.
And we're talking about a 15-yard space, right?
Mhm.
Distance from. But what was the word you used when he was dragging?
The scuffing his feet?
Scuffing his
Yeah.
feet, right?
Now, he wasn't scuffing his feet that entire distance, no,
Exactly.
but.
And that's what I'm going to ask you. Listen to my
okay.
question. Was he scuffing his feet the entire distance?
No, sir. No, just as he passed her body and approached the location where that rock was.
Okay, and when he got to the rock, was he scuffing his feet or did he just kick the rock?
No, he was scuffing his feet until he made contact with the rock, and then he began to walk normally following that.
You did put in your statement that you found it odd when he said he was on patrol, right? That he told you that he
Exploring.
was exploring, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember how long you were interviewed by the police?
The following day,
Yes.
maybe an hour. Couldn't tell you the exact time, but rough estimate, maybe an hour or so.
And I was gonna,
Could be longer. I'm not sure.
can you give with your hands an approximate size of the rock to the jury? You can compare it to another object. What size would it be?
I would say maybe a little bit larger than a baseball. I would say something to that, somewhere between a baseball and softball size, maybe.
No, but you didn't put that in your statement.
No, sir.
Did you at any time verbally say that to any of the officers? Investigating officers?
Not. I don't recall.
After experiencing what you experienced, in this case, this murder scene, did you have the occasion of having other memories or facts come into your mind after?
Yes, sir. Yeah, certain things that I noticed at the time, but maybe they didn't seem as relevant or as important as I kind of thought about and processed the day and the scene more in my mind. They became kind of stood out more. That they kind of clicked into place. Yes, sir.
Did at any time that you got there, did it ever cross your mind that Supervisory Agent Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles was the person that killed this young mother and baby?
No, sir. Not until later, after when I was informed that they were looking to take him into custody. At that point, that's when a lot of things started to make sense and click. But no, in the beginning, when I was first observing everything, I never would have imagined that one of my fellow agents would have done this. No, sir.
Even when you wrote that first statement?
No, sir.
No, sir, what?
No, sir. I never would have imagined that Mr. Burgos or any other agent would have done that.
And even after the 10th, when you gave your statement, you still continued to process the crime scene in your head?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And everything you've come and told this jury today under oath is the truth?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Pass away.
Sir, on redirect, you just told the district attorney that Mr. Burgos-Aviles scuffed his feet, not the entire way, but kicked the rock. You have in front of you Defense Exhibit 2. Could you look at that second page and please read to the jury the last sentence that you wrote the day after the incident?
I'm going to object to that. It's not evidence.
It's impeachment.
It's not.
Let's do it.
the way you asked the question perhaps can be done differently, because you're asking him to read off a document that would have normally have been already admitted. It's not admitted. You're using it for impeachment purposes, and therefore we do it the way the rule says that we should do it with regard to that. So, you want to approach with regard to it? Excuse me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, approach.
May I have the second page?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So just, Mr.
Office.
Could you approach me? I want to make sure we get this right.
You told the district attorney just now that everything you've said today is true, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I'm
And
gonna also, I'm sorry, Mr. Boggs, but I need to object to him publishing it up on the.
Could you please ask the question with regard to the, if he says no, you'll say anything. Or unequivocally, what the rule says, Mr. Boggs. Go ahead.
the day after the incident occurred, you wrote, after I arrived at the scene where the deceased subjects were found, I witnessed Burgos walking up and down the road past the female body, but I did not witness him touch either body or any other evidence at the scene. That's what you wrote, correct?
That is what I wrote.
Overruled. Go ahead. What was your question?
That's what I wrote, yes, sir.
But you told the district attorney that the more time has passed, things have come into your mind. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the statement that you swore to under penalty of perjury that you gave the police the day after the incident is not true. Is that correct?
Not sure I understand your question, but I'll answer it this way. The statement that I made was absolutely true and still is true. When I was referring to evidence in that statement, I'm referring to the body, the clothing, the stroller, anything like that. Him walking up and down the road touching the dirt could be him touching evidence, could it not? Yet I already made a statement that he was walking up and down the road. So anything could be construed as evidence, a blade of grass that had blood on it that he happened to touch. I didn't visually see him interfere with any large pieces of evidence that were obviously, hey, that's evidence, that's a stroller, that's a body, that's a piece of clothing. That's what I was referring to in that statement that day.
And I just want to make sure everyone understands, because I thought on direct examination you said that when you saw that rock, it was very obviously a piece of evidence.
It had blood on it.
Okay.
It was obvious that it was moved and disturbed. But so is every piece of dirt he stepped on.
Okay. But
So-
not every piece of dirt that he stepped on had blood, correct?
I would imagine not, no.
I'd pass the witness. I'm no further.
After you listen, you may go on to the next witness.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Hernandez, your next witness, sir.
Francisco Lara, United States Border Patrol.
Agent Lara, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
You've been sworn in, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I have your honor.
Please, sir. Have a seat right up here.
Thank you, sir.
Get comfortable, pull up your chair, and we'll start the examination.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your full name for the record?
Yes, it's Francisco Noel Lara.
Okay, and how are you employed?
I'm employed as a Border Patrol agent.
And how long have you been employed as an agent?
In October, it'll be 12 years.
What are your duties and responsibilities?
My responsibilities are to deter terrorists and terrorist weapons from coming into the United States, and also to safeguard our borders from illegal activities that attempt to bypass legal frontiers or ports of entries, meaning human smuggling or human or contraband smuggling.
Prior to the Border Patrol, work with any other law enforcement agencies?
I was with the military for 4 years. I was in the Marine Corps. And prior to that, I was with the Transportation Security Agency for approximately a year and a half as a federal officer.
Thank you for your service, sir.
Thank you, sir.
On April the 9th of 2018, were you employed as a Border Patrol agent?
Yes, I was.
Were you a supervisor?
No, I was not.
I want to go back to that day. Where did you report to that day?
I reported to the Laredo North Border Patrol Station.
At what time was your tour?
My tour started at 6 in the morning and it lasted till 4 in the afternoon.
Okay. Were you present for muster that day?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And what did you get assigned an area that day?
As far as the area, my duties that day were to pretty much take care of 4 new hires, 4 new recruits that had been barely employed and were about to go to the academy. So my job that day was pretty much to take care of them at the old Border Patrol Station on Zapata Highway. It's for the South Station. We call it Old Base 7. My job that day were to pretty much take care of them while they get sworn in.
So kind of field train?
Yes, I was a field training officer. Still currently am.
I'm sorry?
I'm still a field training officer right now.
Okay, so you still do field training?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have a new recruit with you that day?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what was his name?
Johnny L. Smith.
Okay. And did you at any time that day visit Father McNaboe Park?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how did you arrive at Father McNaboe Park?
I want to say by pure coincidence. My duties, like I said, were to be at the old the South Station. I was supposed to be there as long as it took for the new recruits to get sworn in, speak to the chiefs, fill out some paperwork, and then a lot of times we're there all day. But thankfully that day around between 10 and 10:30, my team leader told me to pretty much start training my new field training, my trainee, Johnny L. Smith. He told me that he would take care of the new hires and for me to go to the field and commence his training.
Okay. Are you familiar with someone by the name of Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles?
Yes.
How are you familiar with him?
He was my supervisor in that particular day.
Okay. Do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
And can you point out an article of clothing that he is wearing?
Black coat with black, might be a silver tie.
That's the
Silver
record.
shirt, I'm sorry.
Okay. The record reflects that he's identified Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles in the courtroom. Now, you say he was your supervisor that day?
Yes.
Did you have any contact with him prior to going to Father McNaboe Park that morning?
Only at muster. He He didn't give muster, but he was present at muster.
And what happened at muster? Do you recall?
We show up, they give the actual field agents their assignments for that day. And I believe whether it was the supervisor leading muster or the watch commander asked him if they had anything to say. I remember him speaking that morning. I think he gave us some words of things to do. I forgot what it was as far as our duties. And that's how I remember him that day, that he was present at muster.
Had he been your supervisor previous to this day?
Yes.
How long had you worked under his supervision, if you can recall? Or how many times?
I guess as far, I don't remember exactly when he became a supervisor, but however long he was a supervisor, however many years or months he was a supervisor prior to that day, April 9th, 2018.
Now, I want to focus your attention to when you arrived at Father McNichol Park. Do you remember arriving there?
Yes, I do.
You remember how it's a complex, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
it's pretty big.
Do you remember how you gained entry into the park?
On that particular morning, we came in through Lowry. We went west, and at the entrance of that park, that certain area to the soccer fields, there is a gate to the left. And that gate on that particular morning, it was open. So that's how we gained entry into that area that we called the soccer fields.
Okay. If I can ask him to step down, Your Honor, just to show the jury his location.
Thank you.
I'm going to hold this up for you and ask you to.
Once again, let's just start over here. I don't want to
Okay.
trouble with the court.
Come over here.
Yes.
Please. And hold it right there. Wait a minute, I'm not going to mark this. All right, so can you orient us here?
Yes, we came down Allen. From Allen, we went west towards the entrance to this area. That's the end of Lowry. And then to the left is the gate that's usually at the time, up until that time, it was usually locked. That particular morning it was open, so we went into the park through that area, which we call the soccer field.
Okay. Judge, has this one been withdrawn so you can mark it?
Yes. I think it's, what number is that?
Number is up there.
97.
Yes, it's been withdrawn. You haven't readmitted it yet.
Okay, so you can mark it.
Yes.
Okay, I do see some issues there. Okay, so I want you to with this black pen mark where you entered the park, you said on Lowry. Yeah.
There's a gate, so through this area.
Show me an arrow. Oh, draw an arrow.
Okay.
Okay, and put your initials above that. Okay, and can you show us where the gate is?
The gate should be somewhere around this area, sir, as well.
Okay.
I don't know if you want me to.
Yeah, draw a line where you think the gate is.
It should be right at the entrance. As soon as you take a left, there's a gate right there.
Okay. From here, where did you go?
We went south, and at the time there was a Conex spots here. That's where we parked in this little parking lot area. We reversed into that area.
Is it in here?
Yes, this area.
Okay. So you can put a P there where, or
Yes.
where you parked? Okay. Did you reverse into this area?
Yes, I did. My truck was facing east into the neighborhood.
Okay. I'll put your initials right there. Okay, and how long were you parked there?
No more than 5 minutes.
What were you doing?
We were going to laminate some maps that I had assigned my trainee that morning. He did not complete the mission over the weekend, so we were going to laminate them with packaging tape.
Okay. Were you supposed to be in this area?
Not initially, no, sir. We ended up there by pure coincidence.
Okay. The time that you were there, did you end up moving your vehicle at any time after parking it?
Only after, at the time, Mr. Burgos asked me for my assistance.
Okay. And we'll get into that, but now that I have you standing here,
Yes.
You say he asked you for assistance. Where would you have moved from here?
From here, I would have moved to this area,
Okay.
which is south towards what we call the Bettis property over here.
Did you drive or walk?
We drove, sir, once he asked my assistance.
Okay, so show me the direction you drove.
We drove across the field.
Well, you cut through the field.
Yes, to the soccer fields.
Where did you cut to?
Through here, there's a dip.
Uh-huh.
And then once we get, because this area is, at the time there was a bunch of brush and trees. There still is. But at the time we came through this dip, I remember I went around, I guess I went for one mark. This is where I parked.
Yeah.
When I came to his assistance, I saw his truck on this side and I parked directly across him.
Okay, so this is, without marking it,
Yes.
there's two markings here, which is the general area where these vehicles were.
Yes.
Do you remember this island?
Yes, I do. So I would have parked there initially when I came across.
Okay. All right. That's all for now.
Yes.
Have a seat.
Thank you.
So going back to where you were, you said you went in there, you reversed in to that area next to the soccer field or next to the Connex box. You were there with Smith, you said.
Yes.
Laminating maps. What, if anything, happens while you're laminating?
We commenced to do that, and no more than 5 minutes later, my trainee Smitty says, "Hey, there's another kilo coming in." So
Kilo, what's a kilo?
it's a Ford F-150.
Okay. What happens?
I look over and I see the kilo driving on the same lorry, driving west, and it kind of slows down as it comes to us, and we eventually find out it's Mr. Burgos.
You come in contact with Supervisor Burgos?
Yes, after he parks to, I guess, our passenger side.
Okay. And what happens next?
We call it, he slow rolls to us. I am facing the neighborhood. His truck is facing, when he parks to our passenger side, his truck is facing the river. We lower our window. He lowers his passenger window. And I go ahead and tell my trainee, "Hey, it's Supervisor Burgos." And at that moment in time, he's grabbing onto his steering wheel and he's just looking over quietly, kind of just like leaning over. And I told my trainee, "Hey, it's Supervisor Burgos." I tell him, "Hey, sir, we heard you're going to be short-handed. We're going to be in the area if you need it. We're just going to be laminating maps." So he's quiet and he looks at his phone and then he says, "Hey, they just told me to 22, base 2, which means go back to the station." And he's like, "Do you know if there's a way out this way, which means south?"
That south is past the soccer field?
Yes, it's towards that Pettis property where I guess there's that little dip that goes to an ATV trail.
To the brush?
Yes. So I told him at the time I did not remember. So I told him, to be honest, I don't remember. And he's like, "It's okay." I was like, something to the effect like, "That's okay, I'll go find out," or something like that. So when he leaves, we raise our window, and then I told my trainee, like, "You know what, Smitty? I just remembered that they're building apartments. I think that area where he's trying to get out is blocked." So I'm like, "It sucks to be him. Let him find out the hard way." And we continue doing our thing, laminating maps.
After you said that it sucks to be him, what happened?
We continue laminating maps. He's cutting the maps. I'm trying to laminate them with the packaging tape. And no more than a minute and a half, less than 2 minutes later, we hear him over the actual radio. And when we hear "Lara, Lara," something to the effect like, "I need you." That's "Lara, Lara, get over here." So as soon as I hear my name, "Lara, Lara," with some urgency, I drop what we're doing and we drive across the soccer fields to his position.
You hear him calling for help. You arrive on scene.
Yes, when I get to that dip, we hit it pretty hard, Everything flies all over the place, and I can feel my tires slipping. It's like not enough traction's going. So I hit it pretty hard, like we come around, and as I get around the brush, the ATV trail, I could see on the other side of where he's parked, I can see his overhead lights, his red and blues. So he's parked like in a circular area. He parks on the other side, and I park on the opposite side of him. That's where I eventually meet up with him.
Go ahead.
Show you where it's been marked as States Exhibit 77. Do you recognize the CD?
Yes.
Have you been able to hear the transmission from that day?
Yes.
You're able to identify the voices in this transmission?
Yes.
Move to introduce States Exhibit 77.
State 77, being offered. Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Be admitted without objection.
Permission to play the transmission.
You may publish. Yeah, play. Are you going to play?
Yes, we're loading.
Water. Here. We'll do it right after this. Mr. Hernandez, we're going to take the opportunity to, there's indication by the jury that they need a quick break, so before you play, maybe you can work the kinks out of that while they're out on break. All right, give me about five, be a quick break, guys, 5 minutes. Inside of 10 for sure. play Exhibit 77. We're going to start with 77.1. Is that correct? Which is inside of 77. Very good. When you're ready.
Lara, copy, 6-8.
Pause it. Did you just hear that?
Yes, sir.
And what does that mean? Lara, 6-8.
It's just star number. We don't have badge number, so that's how we're identified. It should be November 6-6, I think was his star number. But when he says that Lara November, his star number, that pretty much says Lara star number copy. That means, do you copy me? Do you hear me? So, yes.
Let it play, then you can explain any of the codes or whatever it is.
Lara, copy, 6-8.
That it?
Hey, bro, I need your help right here, bro. My Bristol, man. 8946-8, I'm gonna need EMS ASAP at the end of Bristol. River Road.
At the end of Bristol, River Road?
Bristol, the River Road, the ATV trail.
What's the traffic?
And this is subject here needs help ASAP.
Yeah, what's the traffic, or what's the situation? What kind of EMS are we requesting?
940, I don't know yet. Stand by. Let me go check. Just have them come over here.
It's Bristol, the River Road. That's there in the Delwood area.
Yeah, 10-4.
Therefore, we'll be sending back for information on the subject.
There'll be female subject. Stand by. There's a lot of blood. We're trying to see if it's a head laceration or.
Therefore.
Hey, 68, 247. I'll be heading away from the triple case.
All right, so you heard what channel are you all on that transmission?
We are what's called Moss Tower. That'll be the tower for Laredo North, sir.
Did you recognize the voices on that?
Yes.
What was going on there?
At the time, I did not know what was going on. When he called me Lara, I get to his position. It doesn't take me more than a minute and a half. I get there. I see his truck with his overhead lights turned on. I start making my way to Mr. Burgos when I see him looking down the ATV trail, looking south. His body is standing outside of the truck with radio in hand, just looking down the ATV trail. So when I'm making my way to Mr. Burgos' truck, I see him looking south, so I look south and I see the silhouette of the victim.
Can I have him display on the map where he saw this?
You want him to come down?
Yeah, can you come down?
You can step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
On 101, Your Honor, we wanted to go ahead and withdraw 101. So that we can,
101 was one of the exhibits that was already, it's already been withdrawn, yes.
So, you had described in your previous testimony about a dip. Is that, what, do you see that dip where you entered, or is it not on
It should be in this area.
the, okay. So you enter, you can show the jury how you drove in.
We drove across the soccer fields. We hit the dip. I get enough traction to get over. At the time, Mr. Burgos was parked on this side was his kilo truck. So I go ahead and park on the opposite side. So eventually when I'm trying to make my way to him, I see him looking down south towards the AVTV trail. That's when I look over and see the silhouette of the victim.
At any time, do you aware of another kilo unit coming, also arriving and parking behind Burgos?
After the fact,
Yeah,
it was
so-
Agent Dennison.
Okay, so there would have been,
At the time, it was just him and myself.
okay, but, so after, you got there before Agent Dennison.
Yes.
So if you can indicate where you would best approximate Burgos' kilo unit was when you arrived with a B for Burgos.
Somewhere here.
Okay. And put a K for kilo. BK, right here next to it. Okay, and where did you put your kilo unit?
It should have been directly across from him.
Okay, so you can put more or less your last name or your initial. Okay. And the kilo unit there, right, K? And where did Dennison ultimately park his
It
vehicle?
should have been behind Mr. Burgos.
Okay, so put a D there for Dennison. Okay, and put the K for kilo unit. Okay. So now, describe and indicate for the jury what you saw.
Initially, all I could see was his overhead lights through the brush. At the time, it was pretty high brush, but I could still see enough of his kilos. I see the overheads. I don't know what I'm expecting. All I heard is that he called me. It sounded urgent, so my job is to get there as fast as I can. So I parked there. I'm looking over towards him, and that's when he's outside of his truck looking south, the ATV trail.
South is towards me.
Yes, towards the Pettis property. There is a house over here, a landmark that we refer to as the Pettis property. So when I get there, he's looking south. So I look south and I see the silhouette of the young woman. So I completely forget about Mr. Burgos and I start running towards the victim.
Is off this island, where would the victim's body be more or less?
Somewhere in this area. Because this is the island, so it would have been like around right
Somewhere
here.
around here?
Yes.
Okay. So then what do you do when you see the victim?
As soon as I see the victim, I approach and I start yelling, like, "Señora, despierta, estás despierta. Ma'am, wake up." Because at this time, all I see is blood. I told my trainee, I call him Schmitty. I like, "Schmitty, is that what I think I'm looking at?" And I see the silhouette and I immediately start running towards her. And that's when I tell him, like, I start yelling at her, "Estás despierta, are you awake?" So at that time, initially, right away, I said, "Sir, do you have any gloves?" Which he said, "No, I do not."
Who did you say that to?
Initially, I asked Mr. Burgos, "Do you have any gloves?" He's like, "No, I do not." So I say, "I don't have any gloves." And I asked my trainee, Schmitty, "Do you have any gloves?" And thankfully, being the great agent that he was, he did have a pair of gloves. So he goes ahead and tells me, like, "Sir, I have gloves." So I take them both. I grab one and I give one to Mr. Burgos. I put the glove as best as I can, immediately check for a pulse. I don't feel a pulse. Before anything, I'm radioing everything in to, initially before I even touch her, I radio everything into our station, base 2, and I'm telling them what we're seeing.
Hold on, Agent Lara. I think
Yes.
you can take the stand. I think this is good for now. Take the stand.
Thank you, sir.
Continue over there.
Appreciate it.
So continue. You're radioing in the intel that you have, right?
Yes. Radio in that we have a female. I'm not sure at the time. I think I tell him, let me see if it's a laceration or a head wound. All I know is that I'm seeing a woman covered in blood. There's blood on the ground. So I tell him to stand by. I put on the glove as best as I can, and I immediately check for a pulse. I don't feel a pulse. I look at my fingers, and they're covered in blood because I checked her neck area. So I don't feel a pulse. So I immediately see her left wrist. It's facing up. I check her wrist, and again, I do not feel a pulse. Right away, I tell Mr. Burgos, sir, I think she's 10-7, which means that she's dead. And he's like, yeah, it looks that way. So I'm radioing everything into our station, and I'm letting them know what I'm seeing. So I told our station, we have a female that appears to be deceased, and I'm telling them there's blood to the top of her head, to the left, to the body. There's blood splatter all over. The blood's a little bit coagulated. And at that moment, the supervisor at the station, I believe it is Supervisor Ali, tells me, okay, take a step back and treat it as a crime scene.
What is Burgos doing at this time?
At this time, he's standing there. Not really. The supervisor normally takes control of the situation and radios in everything to the station. Once again, he's quiet. I'm the one relaying everything that I'm seeing to the station. I'm processing everything in. I'm taking it in. And I'm telling them what I'm seeing. And right away, I start telling the camera operator to start scanning the river. I tell him, scan the river, see if you see anybody going back. Scan the Mexican side on the ridges, see if you see anybody out there. I hear the boat patrolling the area, and they ask if we want them to come to our area, which I tell them, of course, come up. Try to check the landings where they come up. Try to see if you see any tracks, any sign, any mud. I believe also a helicopter pilot reached out to us over the radio, and he asked if we wanted them to give us a flyby. I believe at the time they were coming back to Laredo to refuel. So we tell them to go ahead, please come into the area. And the impression that I got from the pilot at the time was that he's fairly new, because he did not really know where the Pettis property was. So I do remember I told him, come fly south of the river until you get to what's called the CPNL, the Central Power Light Company. And I told him, if you come south, eventually you should see all the vehicles, overheads or whatnot.
Okay, so you're giving all these transmissions. You already checked for a pulse.
Yes.
Does Mr. Burgos do anything around this time?
Not at that time, no, sir.
What else do you see him do at any time? At any time did you see him touch the body?
After I sent my agent Schmitty to go to Allen Street in Bristol to open the gate for the paramedics, I believe he took my truck. So for a moment there we're by ourselves. After that's when I see him move the body.
Okay, and when you say move the body, can you demonstrate for us, if the court will allow you to come down here and demonstrate
Yes.
how you move the body? County Judge? Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. At the time, I'm standing next to the victim. I check her. Mr. Burgos is standing over here to, I guess, on the other side of her. So I tell him she's 10-7, which means she's dead. Radio everything in. I told base 2, I think she's dead. They tell me take a step back, treat her as a crime scene. So before anything, I told my training, go to the gate and open it for the paramedics. He takes off. So before I take a step back, I'm surprised to see so much blood. So I grab my head and I'm like, where is all this blood coming from? So at that moment, Mr. Burgos is like, cuts in front of me. He's like, let's find out. He grabs her from the bicep area, grabs her from the hip area, picks her up, looks at her, puts her back down. He does that, and my eyes were wide open. I was like, what is going on? And I take a step back. At the time he picks her up, I could see the shadow of her face, full of dirt. I could see her hair over her face, but I do not get a clear picture of her. But I am so freaking out and in shock because I don't know what I'm looking at. So he puts her back down, goes back over her. He's like, you know what? This stuff makes me nervous. I'm gonna go back down this way, and he points south again towards the Bettis property. And he walks away, and I see him with his phone in his hand. He's doing something. At the time, I'm thinking he's gonna call base 2, but from what I understand, he never did.
Permission to publish the transmissions of the reference to.
Are you gonna do all three, all the rest, the other two, 77.2 and .3?
It's a remainder of 77.1.
All right,
What you just explained.
go ahead.
Hey, Cameron, you start to scan the river, bro. She's on the dirt road. We don't know if she has having something calculated. Blood somewhere from the head area.
They're putting them for a getting, but I don't see no movement.
Hey, November, you know, with that traffic, copy Omaha 7 Hotel Sierra. Can we assist you with anything? Are you looking for somebody?
Hey, Omaha, the copy. I think they're on Walker, but I believe they encountered one subject, I guess, bleeding. Yeah, if you could make your way down there just to see if they have additional traffic.
10-4, what was the 20?
Yeah, it's going to be at the end of Bristol, down towards the ATV trail at the end of Bristol.
Okay, Roger, 13.
November 16th, Napoli, the copy, Mrs. Benavides, the 13th.
Yeah, 10-4, I'm here with Lara. Any of the agents heading this way, just stand by. Stand by. Hey, we're gonna try to... Hey, 6-8, copy, Davis.
Any unit by World Trade. There's 2 subjects from DD 8147 down river side of the World Trade, and timestamp is signal.
Hey, 940, copy base 2. Can you notify LPD if you have not done so to respond to that traffic as well at the end of Bristol?
Yeah, PD and EMS were advised, sir. They're both last, simultaneously.
Now, after you said he walked away south towards the Bettis property. You said he was messing with his phone. What if anything else did you see him do, or what happened?
He goes south. I lose him down the ATV trail for a few moments. Eventually he comes back because I lose sight of him around a curve. A few moments later he comes back with a tennis shoe, and he's grabbing him by the shoelace. And he's coming back with the tennis shoe towards my position. I didn't think nothing of it at first, so I'm like, I asked him, hey sir, what do you have there? What do you got there? He's like, oh, I found this shoe in the brush. In my mind, I'm, okay, he found his shoe. Same thing, I didn't think nothing of it. So he's walking back, and what shocked me was that he put it at the base of her feet, and he just put it there. So again, he puts it there, and as soon as he does that, he starts dragging his feet, kind of like when you're skiing. He's just dragging his feet to the point where he's picking up dirt. Once again, I'm like, I don't understand what I'm looking at, because I specifically told him there's blood over here to the right of the head, over here to the left. There's blood splatter exactly where he was picking up the dirt. So I'm just processing this quietly and just making mental notes, because at the time he was my supervisor in charge of me. So in my mind, I'm nobody to be telling him what to do. He tells me what to do. I am a field training officer at this time, but as a supervisor, he's in charge of me. So I remain quiet. By this time, I believe Agent Dennison and Schmitty and I think Agent Herndon are coming back to the scene with the paramedics. And at that time, everything just starts happening.
All right, let me stop you right there. I'm going to show you, this is a graphic photo. I'm going to show you this graphic photo. We can turn on the... Can you identify what you just testified to, what you described?
Yes, sir. That is the victim, the young woman. At the base of her feet is that shoe that Mr. Burgos placed after he came back from the trail.
Okay. I'm going to show you 131. You recognize that shoe?
Yes.
Your Honor, we have the shoe. We filed the chain of custody affidavit, permission to show Agent Lara the shoe.
Is it tagged?
Yes.
What's the exhibit? What's the
Your Honor,
exhibit?
this is State's Exhibit 37.
Okay.
This was previously marked as State's Exhibit 37.
All right, it's not admitted yet, so.
And but we do have our affidavit of chain of custody filed. And we've moved to admit State's Exhibit 37. Move to introduce it.
Any objection to 37? States 37. Admitted.
I ask you to put these on.
Yes.
I'm gonna show you what came out of the bags that Mark states Exhibit 37. Ask you if you recognize the shoe.
Yes, that is a shoe that Mr. Burgos brought back to the scene.
Is it the left shoe or the right shoe? What came
This
out?
is the left. Not muddied, not dirty.
You notice that there's been a cut.
Yes.
Did you make that cut on that?
No, I did not.
Okay. That would have been done by law enforcement, or you don't know?
I would not know.
Okay. This shoe was not near the body when you arrived.
No, it was not.
After he drops the shoe, what, if anything, happens next?
Once again, he places his shoe, and immediately after, he starts dragging his feet. Dirt starts picking up a bit. So to me, that was, of course, not procedure, not protocol. In fact, to me, it was very strange that he was doing that.
Why? Why was it strange to you that moment?
Because we were already told specifically not to tamper with the crime scene. We were told take a step back, treat it as a crime scene. And then being a supervisor and us being Border Patrol agents, we received training in crime scene management. So we kind of know what to do and what specifically what not to do.
Now, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 182, and it is a graphic photo. This is right. Is that where vantage point are we looking at this from?
We are on the north side from here. We are looking south towards the ATV trail. The bettest property of the house will be back further south around the trail.
You're standing near, is this vantage point from the island looking that way?
Yeah, I want to say yes.
On that, when I say island, I'm talking about where these two
Where-
roads come around.
Yes, the island would be back here.
Okay, so that would be the vantage point.
Yes, sir.
And you see the object that's in there as well.
The shoe.
Okay. So this is after the police have already placed the tape, correct?
Correct, sir.
So his treatment of the crime scene, you testify that is confusing to you, correct?
Yes.
What else, if anything, happens after that?
After he does all that, I'm still standing there on that same grassy little island. That's when Agent Dennison, Agent Herndon, and Schmitty are coming back in with the paramedics. As soon as the paramedics arrive, they grab their equipment, they place those little pads on her body and start checking for signs of life.
And any time that you're there with Supervisor Agent Burgos, does he indicate that he knows this person?
Not once.
So after the paramedics get there, what, if anything, did you do?
I'm still standing there. The paramedics finish checking her for life. One of them approaches me. And just to get confirmation for myself, I asked one of the paramedics, is she dead? And he says, we would not have stopped working on her if she was still alive.
Are you still wearing your gloves at this time?
No, at that time, as soon as I checked her pulse, I took them off, and I kind of just dropped them around the top of her head, somewhere in the brush. When the paramedic comes up to me and he says that, I look over to the young woman and I look at the crime scene and I told the paramedic, my gloves are there, I'm contaminating the scene. So he's like, it's understandable. So I go back and I grab the glove and I'm holding it, and at the time I don't know what to do with the glove that's bloodied. So I see both trucks, Mr. Burgos in the front, I believe it's Mr. Dennis in the back, so I just go to the first truck I see and I just put it in the back of the bed. At the time, I had no idea that he knew her, no indication of anything whatsoever. All I knew is that, hey, we're the good guys. Supervisor Burgos, at the time, I'm doing everything. I'm checking for life. In my mind, I'm thinking he's got my back as a law enforcement agent. He's watching my back. So I didn't think anything of it. So when I grab the glove, I just go over and I put it there just for safekeeping.
In the back of his kilo?
In the back of the bed of his kilo, yes, sir.
Okay. Does he make any phone calls while you're there to headquarters or for anything, or do anything?
Not at that moment, no, sir.
Did you see any cell phones on the victim, or did he tell you he found any cell phones?
No, sir.
Did you get to write a statement for the Laredo Police Department?
Yes, sir. On scene, I made an affidavit, a quick synopsis of what happened, the encounter.
Okay. Did you write one or did you write two?
On the scene, I wrote one, and at the police station, I wrote a second, like an addendum.
Now, Burgos bringing over the shoe, did that violate any protocols that you have?
Yes.
Which is what?
Disturbing the crime scene, in my mind, planting evidence.
Did he ever give you any instructions to look for any subjects, go patrol, go investigate, check the riverbanks? Did he give you any orders?
No, sir. I was just doing what the supervisor at the station told me to do, was take a step back and treat it as a crime scene.
Did you go to the police station that afternoon or the next day?
It was that afternoon, sir.
Okay. And were you interviewed?
Yes, we were told, my trainee and I were told to give our official statement at the police station.
Were you involved in any way in the discovery of the baby?
No, sir.
Why not?
Because at that time, I was on top of Mr. Dennison's truck doing my affidavit.
So the only person that you saw dead was the female, correct?
Yes, correct.
I'm going to pass the witness at this time.
Any questions from the defense? Yes, okay. All right. Mr. Boggs, go ahead.
I apologize. Can I exhibit number 37? What it was.
States? Oh, yes.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Do you still have gloves, sir?
No, sir, I do not.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Just need one?
One, sir?
Okay.
Yes.
I'm passing, this is the exhibit you previously examined, number 37, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that is the shoe that you saw Supervisor Burgos-Aviles place at the foot of the victim, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and there is, you can see, where does it say memory foam?
Memory foam?
Yes, sir.
It'll be on the bottom, sir. I'm sorry. It'll be in the insole, on the heel.
So, and when you say the bottom, do you mean the inside? Of
The inside,
shoe?
yes, of the foam. I'm sorry.
Okay. And how big?
You're taking it off, you're going to grab it again, I think. Just want to save some time.
It's true, I am, but it's just habit. My hands are sweating. So I just want the record to be clear. It's inside the shoe. There's nowhere outside of the shoe that you can see the memory foam. Is that correct?
That's the only place I can see right now, sir.
Okay. And so, and is that big writing that it says memory foam?
It's pretty big, yes.
And I'm finished with you.
You want to go grab it again?
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
And you gave a statement to the police the next day, is that correct?
The same afternoon, sir. Same day.
The same day.
Correct.
And do you recall making that statement?
Yes.
To the police?
Yes.
And today, you told us that Mr. Supervisor Burgos-Aviles was dragging his feet. Correct?
Yes.
Now, had you ever encountered a murder scene in the time that you've been a Border Patrol agent?
No.
Okay. So, I think you'd indicated to everyone that this was and I don't want to put words in your mouth, so correct me, but it seemed like this was an overwhelming scene. There was a lot of blood.
I've dealt with blood, but the sight of the murdered woman was pretty traumatic.
So, so I understand that it was traumatic.
Yes.
But in the statement that you gave that same day, you never mentioned that Mr. Burgos-Aviles dragged his feet, did you?
Not till the second statement.
And by second statement, you mean the written statement, is that correct?
The addendum, yes.
Okay. It wasn't in the initial interview with the police that you said that Mr. Burgos-Aviles dragged his feet, correct?
The first one, just a brief synopsis. When we went to the station, we actually gave our verbal official statement. That's when I mentioned it.
Okay. And you would recognize a transcription of your verbal statement, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Okay. Permission to approach. And I've marked this as Defense Exhibit 3. And sir, that is 49 pages, correct?
It says 149, yes.
Okay. And you just told me that you said in that oral statement that you said that Mr. Burgos-Aviles dragged his feet in that original one. It is 49 pages, so it's quite long. But could you show me where in that statement where you said that originally?
Go ahead and look for it.
Yes, Your Honor. This time, sir, I do not see it.
So, and I want to make sure I understand that by today's testimony, when you said that you saw Mr. Supervisor Burgos-Aviles dragging his feet, carrying the tennis shoe, it was just you and he on the scene at that time?
Yes.
So, Officer Smith, the trainee, wasn't present at that time, correct?
Correct.
And Officer Dennison was not present at that time, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so the day of the incident, you'd already learned that Supervisor Burgos-Aviles was a suspect. You made a statement to the police, and in that statement to the police, you never mentioned him dragging his feet, correct?
Unless it was in the written statement that I put it.
I apologize, officer. Just if I could have one moment. And so, as I understand, Officer, you said you made an initial statement, which was just a summary,
Yes.
and then the next day you added. Was it the next day or later that day?
Later that afternoon.
Later that same afternoon. And so the initial summary was before you knew that Burgos-Aviles, Supervisor Burgos-Aviles, was a suspect. Is that correct?
One of the supervisors on scene had told me that he was their prime suspect. At the time, I thought it was because of the bloody glove that I put in the back of his kilo. I did not have confirmation that he was actually the main suspect until around 6:30 that night, when another detective pretty much told me. The whole day I had my phone on me. As far as like when we were at the police station, I was getting calls and texts, and I would just glance at it, put it down, glance at it, put it down. Somebody's texting me, put it down. I didn't think nothing of it. After we're done with our questioning, about 5 hours later, around 6:30, when I'm released from the interview room, I go to the lobby of the police station. I am sitting next to Border Patrol Agent Herndon. I get a phone call from my team leader. My team leader tells me, hey, we already activated the Border Patrol unions, the lawyers for you. Before you make any statements, we already got lawyers. And I'm like, we already made our official statement. He was surprised. He's like, oh, you did? I'm like, yes. He's like, before he hangs up, he's like, just so you know, there's a rumor saying that the dead woman is Burgos' side chick. I'm like, all right, 10-4, let me call you back. I told Agent Herndon, hey bro, there's a rumor saying that the dead woman is Burgos', I use the word Sancha. At that moment, we're talking, another detective comes out, a big man. I know him as a boxer. He comes out, and I tell him, I still have my phone in my hand, I tell him, sir, we just heard a rumor that the dead woman is Burgos' side chick. The detective said, side chick, that's his baby mama. And there's a possibility the dead boy is his son. that's when everything just, I broke down is the word. Everything just, I felt like this weight on my shoulder and I started crying. Because there I am thinking,
Wait. Go to the next question.
Should we take a break? Just a moment.
I'm good, sir. Here I'm thinking we're supposed to be the good guys. He's supposed to be watching my back.
Hold on. Give me 1 second.
And I broke. I was heartbroken.
1 second, Agent. Just going to question answer basis, Mr.
I'm good, sir.
Gonzalez.
Thank you, Your Honor. I was heartbroken.
1 second, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, second, sir. We're going to take a short break.
Yes, Your Honor.
Please rise for the jury.
sure that there's a record of what occurred before the break.
There is a. Everybody, keep it down, please. We're on the record. I believe that this is what I assume. Everything that actually happens in court is on the record, but go ahead and summarize what you believe should be on the record.
For the record, just before the break, there was a pause in the witness's cross-examination. Mr. Boggs was searching for documents, and Your Honor suggested that perhaps he proceed in a question and answer fashion. While he continued to search for the documents that he needed, the witness continued unprompted, injected his personal feelings about what he perceived at the time that had nothing to do with the evidence that was at issue. He made a statement that he believed they were supposed to be the good guys, and he began to cry on the stand, at which point the victim's family understandably also became emotional, but then had an outburst and said, "Thank you, yes, exactly." There was loud sobbing from the audience. And we believe, Your Honor, at this time we're going to move for a mistrial. The occurrence was extremely prejudicial. It was not just an outburst by a witness, but it was also from the audience. So the double impact cannot be cured, we don't believe, by any instruction by Your Honor. This is also further prejudicial because it occurred during the merits phase of the trial rather than the penalty phase, which is a factor the CCA has considered. And when Your Honor has discretion to consider a motion for a mistrial, there are many factors to be considered, including the nature of the outburst, as well as whether the outburst created a substantial likelihood that the jury would be prejudiced. Your Honor, this was an extremely emotional moment in the courtroom, and I don't believe any jury would be able to disregard that, and to refuse to grant a mistrial at the time would violate Mr. Burgos-Aviles' rights under due process and his right to a fair trial and an impartial jury under both the Texas and the federal constitutions.
All right. Any response?
Yes, Your Honor, we respectfully disagree with the defense's position. Although Mr. Lara's testimony was emotional, it was elicited by Mr. Boggs. Rather than stop after the transcript in which he was unable to locate his previous statement regarding the dragging of his feet, he continued. Then there was no objection made by Mr. Boggs. The witness was under the impression that he could continue to answer. He was giving his answer. It's an emotional case. We've already had multiple witnesses that have come up here and cried during their testimony based on what they saw that day, the trauma, the horrific nature, the gruesomeness, all the blood that was there at the crime scene. In the gallery, yes, there were some reactions in the gallery, but I do not think to the level where they would, as defense counsel said, would affect the jury. This is a highly emotional case already. The court can instruct the jury to disregard whatever they may have heard. We don't believe it rises to that level to declare a mistrial.
Right. You know, I try really hard to not, I want to say interject, interfere. I try to be the person that just is, wearing the, calling the balls and strikes. We're in baseball season right now, right? It's, and at times I do look at counsel table and think, hey, maybe I do it inadvertently, when I think perhaps there should be somebody, calling something out. And I did that in this situation when the witness kept on going. Mr. Boggs was just looking at him, and the witness kept on responding to a question in a long-winded fashion. And I kept on looking at Mr. Boggs. I even glanced at other counsel at the table to see if anybody was going to say anything. I saw other counsel reaching out to Mr. Boggs to see if, and I don't know what they were talking about, but I thought they were maybe talking about whether or not somebody should object. And I kept on looking over there. When nobody said anything, that's when I said, let's go, Mr. Boggs, let's proceed in a question and answer basis. And this was after, and, but I never instructed the witness to stop. When he said that, that's when I told him to wait a second, wait for the question. So I think there was ample opportunity for the defense team to stop the witness from testifying further. But in any event, I don't see it as a very light situation. I do have to make sure that we present to, in this case, a fair presentation of the evidence to this jury. The defendant deserves that, and the rules call for that. So in any event, in measuring what in fact occurred, I'm not quite sure the summary of everything that you said quite happened in that particular manner and with that type of emphasis, but there was in fact something of that nature close to what you in fact summarized. Obviously the record may not reflect the moans or whatnot that might have been coming from the gallery, but there was some. It wasn't very loud, but there was some. I certainly appreciate your objection now. I wish that there would have been somebody objected to beforehand. But in any event, your motion for mistrial is denied. Thank you.
Your Honor, we would also request very respectfully and with understanding that this is a terrible matter for everyone involved, that Your Honor remind the audience to please.
I will do that now, in fact. Thank you. Two things I'm going to instruct right now. One is the witness. Agent Lara, please answer the questions that are posed to you, and only the questions posed to you, and then stop after the question has been answered by you. This is not a session where in fact, if somebody asks for your opinion on something, there's probably going to be an objection of some sort. So it's not a forum to be able to, in fact, give your opinion on what you may think of a situation like that, unless in fact it's called for under the rules, and in fact that was not called for.
Yes,
Instruct you then to answer the questions posed to you, and only the questions, sir. To the audience in the gallery, in either way that you sit, I understand the loss. I don't put myself in your shoes, but I definitely understand the loss that you feel. You've been here at almost every hearing. 99.9% of all the hearings, and this is the days and weeks that you were waiting for to be able to give closure to this part of your lives. And I certainly understand, and I can't even know, maybe I shouldn't say that, I can't even begin to understand the pain that you must be suffering. However, I don't want to do this again. No one wants to go through this again. And the more of that occurs, the more that possibility grows. So please refrain from comments and I'm not saying you can't whisper to somebody something or whatever, but I'm talking about where the jury may hear you. I don't want any of that. If you don't think that you're going to be able to do so, and I certainly understand that you will, if you will not, then please excuse yourself and go outside. I know it's hard to do. I'm sitting here talking to you like if not knowing and not ever being in the type of shoes that you are in, and I'm not trying to substitute for that. But I'm only here to do this job, right? And I need to assure that this proceeding is done in a fair and impartial manner, that the rules are followed, and that we only do this one time. That's it. And unless I do my job, like instructing you the way I'm instructing you now, and the witness, that possibility grows less and less. So I know I won't like it, but I will remove anybody from the courtroom and not allow them to come back into the proceedings if in fact any outbursts like that or worse occur. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bring jury back in. Quickly, please. Jury's coming.
Please rise for the jury.
Please have a seat. Thank you. Members of the jury, before we went out to break, there was a part of the testimony perhaps unsolicited from the witness that was objected to, and I in fact sustained the objection, and then I am now instructing you, therefore, that the opinion given by the witness with regard to who they are and what they stand for and what not will be disregarded by this jury. That you, when the time comes to make a decision on this case, that you will not take that into account or factor that in any manner when making a decision on whether this defendant is guilty or not guilty of this crime that he is accused of by the grand jury in this state. You are not allowed to weigh in your consideration or mention it during your deliberations. That is the instructions I gave you. I told you at the beginning that you may receive more instructions. This is one of them. I told you don't concern yourself with the objections made or how many, but with the instructions I give you if something occurs as a result of that. This is one of them. Also, you will disregard, and the only thing that's evidence is what? The only thing you can consider is evidence, right? The only thing that's evidence that comes from here, not what comes from out there, from the gallery. You will disregard any comments that you may hear or outbursts that you may hear as a result of that. You will not allow any of that to weigh in when evaluating whether or not a defendant is guilty or not guilty. I'm instructing you, in fact, to therefore not do so when the time comes. Thank you. Any other questions of this witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you, officer. So, just to back up a little bit, you'd indicated that in your oral statement given on the day of the murders that you did not mention Supervisor Burgos-Aviles dragging his feet. Correct?
I might have mentioned it on the written statement, sir.
The written statement. So when you say you might have, do you mean you don't remember, or you?
I do not recall at this time.
Would it refresh your recollection to see your written statements?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe, officer, you gave 3 written statements. Is that correct?
It's 2.
2. So I am permission to approach. And I've marked them for the record as defendants exhibits 4 and 5.
Thank you.
Each are 2 pages. Those are the written statements that you gave on the day of the murders, April 9th.
Yes, they are. I'm sorry.
And just without reading them aloud, take your time, look them over, and let me know when your recollection is refreshed.
It does not specify here, not that I can see.
So I apologize. Your recollection is refreshed. Sorry, I have to do certain things for the record.
Yes, it is.
All right. And having your recollection refreshed, you didn't mention Supervisor Burgos-Aviles dragging his feet at the crime scene the day of the murders in either your written statement or your oral statement. Is that, am I understanding you correctly?
Throughout the process of the case, I recollect certain events that were otherwise that I couldn't recall at the time.
And I apologize. I should take this.
Yes. Thank you.
So you just told me that you've recollected certain things over time that you didn't remember at the time, correct?
I want to say yes.
Okay. And I just want to make sure everyone understands and the record is clear. The oral statement and these written statements happened the day of the incident, when very soon after the incident, correct?
Correct.
And over the years, memories have come back to you. Is that what you're telling us?
What I'm saying is that at the time when all this occurred, certain information that was not in my synopsis, I was under the impression that your client had enough integrity to disclose that information on himself.
Judge, I'd ask that editorializing be.
Sustained. I'm not gonna instruct you once again, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
You're a fact witness. Answer the questions factually, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you you've been very patient.
No, thank you, sir.
This is a very emotional case. Thank you for your patience. I pass the witness.
Agent Lara,
Yes, sir.
I want to go back near the time of this crime to the date of April the 23rd of 2018. Should have been 14 days after April the 9th. Do you remember?
2 weeks after was, I believe, the bond hearing.
Okay. I want to go to the bond hearing.
Yes, sir.
You remember that I subpoenaed you to the bond hearing?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Okay. Do you remember providing testimony
Yes, sir, I do.
at the bond hearing? Do you remember testifying there for more than maybe a couple of hours,
Yes, sir.
where you were questioned by the state and the defense?
Yes, sir, I do remember.
And this was 14 days after the crime, correct?
Correct, sir.
Do you remember, and like Mr. Boggs said, you know, it's been a long time. Do you remember everything you said on that day?
Not everything. It's been 5 years.
Would it help you look at the transcript from that day?
Yes, sir.
Objection.
Approach, please.
statement or in the transcript of your oral statement on April the 9th that you said he was dragging his feet?
No, sir.
Do you remember being subpoenaed to come to court on this case shortly after the murder?
I do remember, sir.
Okay. Do you remember testifying?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember me asking you questions in front of a judge?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember the specific questions I asked you? It's been 5 years. Do you remember specifically?
The who, what, when, where, why. I mean, not the why, sir, but yes.
Okay. But at this moment, do you know word for word what I asked you 5 years ago?
Not word for word, no, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 505, the reporter's record, in cause number 2018 CBJ 732B4. I approach. This is on April the 23rd of 2018. And the proceedings before the Honorable Oscar J. Hale, Jr. Do you remember going before Judge Hale?
Yes.
I want you to read to yourself on page 177 of this transcript from line 2 to line 24. Slowly. Were you able to refresh your memory?
Yes.
Back then, 14 days after these murders occurred, you remember me asking you, now, you mentioned then that you saw him come back. He brought a shoe that you said he found. He put it on the ground, and you said he dragged his feet?
Yes.
And you said he kind of dragged his feet to the point where dirt picked up.
Correct, sir.
Was that your response?
Yes, sir, it was.
Back then, 5 years ago?
Yes, sir.
And then I asked, and to the point where you thought this was not right.
I think that's
Yes.
that's it. That's all I'm going to allow for that part.
Okay. So, my question to you now is, this is not the first time at this trial that you testify that
Yes, it's not the first time.
that he was picking up or
Dragging his feet.
dragging his feet.
Yes, not the first time.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right. Any recross? Thank you, sir. You may step down and go about your business. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Am I dismissed?
Yes, sir, you are dismissed.
Thank you.
Okay. Your next witness will be
Next witness is Juan Mercado.
Juan Mercado.
Yes, and that'll be Mr. Danny Elizondo, Assistant District Attorney, will be conducting direct.
Thank you. Mr. Mercado, come up all the way up, sir, please. And I want to ask you, so you can remind me, sir, have you already been sworn in as a witness? You have not?
No.
Okay, please, sir. tell me your full name.
Juan C. Mercado.
Thank you, sir. Please raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat right up here. Go around the court reporter. Sit, pull up your chair, and tell us when you're ready.
Permission to proceed, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mercado. Could you please state your full name for the record?
Juan C. Mercado.
Thank you. How are you currently employed?
With Border Patrol.
With Border Patrol. And where do you currently live?
I live in North Dakota, Grand Forks.
Okay. Now, back on April 9th of 2018, where did you reside?
Here in Laredo, Texas.
And specifically, could you give us an address?
305 Pedrosa Street.
Okay. And on April 9th in 2018, I assume at that residence you had neighbors, correct?
Yes.
Who were your neighbors, or at least that relate to this matter that we're here in court for?
Burgos.
And do you see Mr. Burgos in court here today?
Yes, sir.
Could you please identify him with the piece of clothing that he's wearing?
The black suit.
Thank you. Let the record reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Burgos-Aviles. Okay. So on April 9th, at your residence, did you have any surveillance systems installed?
Yes, sir. I had it all around the house.
Okay. What kind of system was this?
This is a DVR that has a hard drives in it. It was hardwired to a box in my room.
Okay. So this system you had isn't like a Ring or a Google Nest, correct?
No, this is straight up a box DVR, so it had his own hard drives.
Hardwired.
Mm-hmm.
So the CCTV closed circuit. Nobody has access to it, internet, stuff like that.
That is correct.
Okay. And with regards to the way the camera operated, how would it store data?
To a hard drive integrated inside the box.
Okay.
Solid, yeah. It's like actual hard drive.
And did these cameras record 24/7 all the time?
They did not. They only record during a movement. If it detected a certain move, and then it started recording right after that.
Okay. So you would say then that these cameras would record based on motion? They were like
Yes, it's a motion, yes.
Okay. And on April 9th of 2018, was your surveillance system functioning?
Yes.
And it was recording everything properly?
That's correct.
Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
I'm now handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 502. Are you familiar with this item?
Yes.
How are you familiar with it?
They showed me the content, which is the video that was in my house.
That was in your house?
Yeah.
Okay. Are there any markings on this particular item that indicate that you have reviewed it or recognized?
Yep. After we review it, went and sign it.
Okay.
Initial.
And the contents, you said that they were the videos, correct, from your surveillance system?
That is correct.
Are they true and accurate depictions of the way your house was?
That is correct.
And the way the surveillance recorded?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Your Honor, I now seek to admit into evidence State's Exhibit 502, and I'm tendering to defense 502.
Any objections to State's 502?
No objections, Your Honor.
Permission to publish.
502 is admitted without objections. You may
For the
publish.
record, Your Honor, 502 indicates or is there to represent the actual USB, and within 502 we will have point 1 through point 13.
Any objections to 502.1 through 502.13 that are inside of 502?
No objections, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please let us know which of the files that are inside of 502 you're playing so that the record will reflect the same.
Yes, Your Honor. We'll be going in chronological order, so we're starting with 502.1.
Thank you.
Now, before we begin, and you're Border Patrol, so I'm going to start referring to you as Agent Mercado. Agent Mercado, could you open the screen? What are we seeing here?
Obviously, this is my pickup truck I used to have back in that day. As the front of my house, I would say when you look face of it, it was to the right side camera. You can also see the neighbor's vehicles. There's 2 vehicles there.
Okay, and when you say the neighbor's vehicles, which neighbor?
Burgos.
Okay, and the 2 vehicles, are you familiar with those vehicles?
Yes.
So it looks like there's a vehicle that's closer to the camera and then one behind that vehicle. The one that's closer, do you know who would normally use that vehicle?
The one closer, that one, if I remember correctly, that would be the wife.
Okay, and the vehicle behind?
That would be the picker truck from Burgos.
Okay.
Look like a unit, I think.
Well, we can take a look right now,
Yeah.
but I do want to address one more thing. On the 11th of May, an event happened that we're all familiar with, which was daylight savings.
Mm-hmm.
And we see here that this camera, as its timestamp, indicates that it's 4 in the morning, or to be specific, 4:47 a.m. Was that time correct?
No, I had forgotten to adjust the time.
Okay. So what time would this video have actually taken place?
Should be hour after, so it should be 5:47.
Okay.
That's correct.
And
Say every time, yes.
okay, so now the actual time is an hour ahead of what's recorded.
Yep.
And just to be clear, this is the case on all the recordings for that day?
Yes.
Okay. If we can play the video, please. For purposes of the record, could you please describe to us what just occurred in that video?
Yeah, that was his personal pickup truck. He was leaving.
Leaving at 5:47 in the morning?
Yep.
Okay. We can go to the next video, please. For the record, State's Exhibit 502.2. What is it that we can pause? What is it that we're looking at here?
Okay, so this is the other side of my house. I had cameras on both ends. So if you look at the house from the street to my house, that will be the one on the left side, closer to Burgos' house.
Okay, so in this shot, where would Mr. Burgos' house be? On the right side? Or
On the right side.
On the right side, okay. If we can play the video. And again, for purposes of the record, what was it that we just saw?
The same vehicle, which is Burgos' truck leaving his house.
All right, we can move on to the next video, which is 502.3 for the record. Go ahead. So at this point, the timestamp on this video says 6/12/08/09. It's running in the morning. But again, you had testified earlier that that timestamp should be 1 hour ahead.
That's correct.
So it should be 7:11 in the morning.
Yep.
And for purposes of the record, on State's Exhibit 502.3, what is it that we saw?
It's the wife's vehicle leaving, or what I would know that's her.
Okay. We can go to the next video, please. Can we pause? Again,
502.4, Mr. Elizondo?
yes, we are now looking at 502.4. And again, timestamp says 9:27 a.m. But to your testimony, it should read 10:27 a.m. Would you play the video, please? What is it that we're seeing here on the screen at timestamp 6 seconds?
This is a kilo. What we know for a kilo truck is a pickup truck from Border Patrol.
Okay, and what is it? I mean, what is it doing?
He's parking on his house.
Who?
That would be Burgos' house, so him.
Okay. And again, for the record, what time would this have been at?
10:27.
AM or PM?
That's AM.
Okay. I know it's hard to see. If we can go back and pause. In the very top right corner, what is it that we're seeing?
It seems like it's Burgos in with shorts.
With shorts. Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I'm now showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 503 and 504. Are you familiar with these items?
Yes, same one's front screen.
What are they?
They're a screenshot from that video.
Okay, and are they true and accurate representations and depictions of stills from your surveillance
That is correct.
system? All right. Thank you. I'm now tendering to defense States Exhibit 503 and 504 for inspection.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted without objection.
Permission to publish 503 and 504, Your Honor?
You're going to switch to the other?
All right. I want to start here with the timestamp, as this is a still from your surveillance camera. What time are we looking at here?
Should be 10:27 a.m.
And I want to focus your attention. Bear with me here. At the corner right here. What is it that we're seeing right here?
Burgos with shorts and black shoes.
Okay. I wanted one more time with States Exhibit 504. Could you please give me the timestamp on this one?
10:27 a.m.
All right. And the same thing. Is that we were looking at there?
That's still Burgos with the shorts turning around or something.
Okay. Now, I know it's hard to see, but are you able to identify the shoes as to whether or not they would be something a Border Patrol agent would be wearing?
No,
Okay.
it would be boots.
But you are familiar with what Border Patrol wears while they're on duty, correct?
That is correct.
And let me ask you, are shorts something that an on-duty Border Patrol agent, especially in a supervisory position, is allowed to wear?
No.
Okay. Could you do the next video, please? For purposes of the record, we have 502.5. We can play it. Now, for the record, what is it that we saw?
The kilo unit or picker truck going to Burgos' house.
Okay, and the time?
10:26 on that one a.m.
Okay. We can continue on to the next video. Can we pause it? What time do you have here? On states 502.6.
It will be 10:27 a.m.
Alrighty, and we can just play this video. What, if anything, occurred in that video?
What occurred?
If anything.
This was when he get off and go inside the house.
Okay. So he's inside the house then?
Yes.
At this point. Alright. We can keep moving. Now publishing 502.7. What, if anything, occurred in states 502.7?
I believe this is when he returns to the vehicle. I'm not sure. I didn't see very close on that.
That's fine. And with regards to the time?
Yeah,
what
it's
time would this be?
10:28 and it's still in the house.
Alright. Now publishing States Exhibit 502.8. Alright. Can we go to the end of that video? For purposes of the record, on 502.8 at timestamp 21 seconds, what time is it?
10:28 a.m.
Alright. Now going to publish states 502.9. We can pause right here. For purposes of the record, on states 502.9 at timestamp 57 seconds, what time is it?
10:31 a.m.
Alright, we can move on to the next video. Now publishing States Exhibit 502.10. You can pause right there. Again. purposes of the record, and this time, could you please tell me the seconds as well? At State's Exhibit 502.10 at timestamp 30 seconds, what time is it?
It's 10:31, 58 second a.m.
So about 10:32, would you say?
Yep.
All right. Next video, please. You're now publishing State's Exhibit 502.11. Pause very briefly. Under the kilo unit that you noted, do we see anything?
Yes, it seems this is when he returns to his vehicle. He's 2 feet moving around on the other side.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's 2 feet moving around the other side of the vehicle.
Okay. And this is on State's Exhibit 502.11 at time mark or timestamp 15 seconds. And for purposes of the record, at this point, what time is it?
10:34
All right.
a.m.
You can play the rest of the video. All right. Now going to publish State's Exhibit 502.12. Can we pause right there? For purposes of the record, we're on State's Exhibit 502.12 at timestamp 34 seconds. Could you please indicate to the jury what time it is?
10:36 a.m.
All right. And what is it, if anything, that we saw in this video?
You can see the feet moving around and getting inside the vehicle, and then backing up.
Okay. We can just play the rest of the video. And finally, I'm going to publish 502, State's Exhibit 502.13. We can pause right here. For purposes of the record, State's Exhibit 502.13 at timestamp 14 seconds. Could you please indicate to the jury what time it is in this video?
10:37 a.m.
And what, if anything, did you see occur?
The same vehicle backing up from Burgos' house and then driving away.
All right. The vehicle that you saw both earlier enter the driveway and leave the driveway, what kind of vehicle was it?
It's a kilo unit, as we know, is pickup truck, what we use for Border Patrol.
For Border Patrol. And it was it marked?
Yes, it's a marked unit.
And in total, roughly how long was he at his house?
I didn't do the numbers, but I will say 10 minutes.
Okay. And we can, I mean, if you want, we can play the video where...
Yeah, if you want me the exact numbers, like we can play the first one and then go back. But
So right now, just for your memory, it's 10:37, correct?
Okay, yes.
Okay. And if we can go to State's Exhibit, no, if we can get rid of 4, 502.4.
$10 minutes.
And just for purposes of the record, when he arrived, it was what time?
It's 10:27 a.m.
Okay. And when he left?
10:37 a.m.
That's the witness, Your Honor.
Any questions?
Just good through, Your Honor.
All right.
Mr. Mercado, you and Mr. Burgos were neighbors for about 5 years prior to the date of the murders, correct?
I don't remember the exact dates, but we bought the house in 2011, and I believe he bought it a few years later, so I can't recall the actual numbers of years.
Okay, but during the time that you were neighbors, you met Amy, Mr. Burgos' wife, right?
That is correct.
She's a Customs and Border Protection agent.
She is an officer.
In fact, you all took a trip down to South Padre Island together on one occasion, correct?
That's correct.
And you also met Mr. Burgos' children, Gabriel and Damien, correct?
That's correct.
And they would go over to your house to play with your kids frequently?
That's correct.
Do you recall that there was a period of time during which Amy and Ronald were separated?
I never noticed that.
You were not aware that they were separated?
No. I mean, I don't pay attention to their relationship like that, so I'm not sure.
You were interviewed by a police investigator around May of 2018, correct?
Probably, yes. When that incident happened, or murder happened?
About a month later, more or less.
That is correct, yes.
And in that interview, do you recall stating that you would sometimes go home to pick up lunch while you were on duty?
I've done it before with supervisor approval. I would ask if I can pick up my lunch, and I would literally just go in, pick it up, and go. Let probably a minute or 2 minutes, whatever it takes me to walk in and out.
A lot of agents would, it was not uncommon for agents to go home and pick up lunch, in fact, while they were on duty. Isn't that correct?
I can talk for all the agents. I can only say about what I do, and I know I ask for supervisor approval before going to my house to pick up my lunch if I left it behind.
All right. I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You're excused, you may go ahead. Thank you.
State calls Juan Ruiz, Your Honor.
Juan Ruiz.
He will be taken on direct by Carlos Garza, ADA.
You're gonna put it in the bin?
Yes, Your Honor. Put the photos in the. Yes.
Good afternoon, sir. You've been sworn in, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat right up here. Have a seat, pull your chair up to the mic, and we'll get ready. You may proceed, Mr. Garza.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please state your full name for the record?
Juan Leopoldo Ruiz.
And are you currently employed?
Yes, sir.
And where is that?
Webb County District Attorney's Office.
And how long have you been at the Webb County District Attorney's Office?
5 months.
And before you started working there, did you work somewhere else?
The Laredo Police Department.
And how long did you work there for?
31 years.
And what training and experience did you get while working your 31 years at the Laredo Police Department?
Well, upon graduating from the police academy, I was assigned to the patrol division. I remained there, started working in 1992. I remained there till 1998 when I promoted to the rank of investigator, at which time I was assigned to the crime scene investigating, the CSI unit for crime scene investigations. After that, November 2000, I was reassigned to the burglary and felony theft division, in which I remained for 16 years. In I believe it was April of 2016, I was reassigned to the Intel division. So I was there from April of 2016 through November of 2020. In November 2020, I was transferred to the Office of Professional Standards division. And that's where I remained there until January of 2023, till my retirement.
And so you were employed with the Laredo Police Department on April 9th, 2018?
Yes.
And by this point, from which you testified, you had been with the Intel Division for 2 years?
Yes.
And what were your duties as a member of the Intel Division?
My duties in the Intel division gather intelligence for ongoing investigations and cell phone forensics.
And what is cell phone forensics?
Cell phone forensics is basically the process of recovering digital evidence from mobile devices.
Okay. And did you receive any trainings related to cell phone forensics prior to April 9th, 2018?
Yes, I did.
About how many trainings had you received by then?
I believe it was five had gone to 5 trainings prior to that, to 2018.
Okay. And during your course of duties as an officer of the Intel Division, had you performed any cell phone forensics before April 9th, 2018?
Yes, I had.
Approximately how many had you performed?
Approximately about 50.
For large or extra large?
Large.
I'm now going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 48. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Mm-hmm.
Do you recognize this?
Can I take it out of the bag?
You may.
Yes.
And what is it?
It's a Samsung Galaxy S7, I believe.
And is this one of the cell phones you performed a cell phone extraction on back on April 9th, 2018?
Yes.
Take that. Your Honor, I'm now tendering to defense for inspection State's Exhibit 48. And we now operate as evidence.
Stage 48, Mr. Huffman?
Yes, we operate as evidence, Your Honor.
Admitted without objection.
And Mr. Ruiz, as to State's Exhibit 48, do you know whose cell phone that belonged to?
Mr. Anthony Burgos?
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm now handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 49. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's a Samsung Galaxy.
And is this another one of the cell phones you performed an extraction on April 9th, 2018?
Yes, I did.
Or about?
Yes.
And do you know whose phone this belonged to?
Ms. Grizelda Hernandez.
I'm now tendering to the defense for inspection what's been marked as State's Exhibit 49 and offers evidence.
No objections, Your Honor.
Admitted without objection.
Mr. Ruiz, I'm now handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 50. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's a ZTE cell phone?
And is this another one of the cell phones you performed an extraction on around April 9th, 2018?
Yes.
And who does this phone belong to?
Ms. Grizelda Hernandez.
I'm now tendering to the defense what's been marked as State's Exhibit 50. And offered as evidence.
No objections, Your Honor.
Admitted without objection.
Now, you just saw what was marked as State's Exhibit 48, which you said was the defendant's Ronald Burgos-Aviles' phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, was that phone, that extraction of that phone, was that pursuant to a search warrant?
Yes, sir.
And was that search warrant, did that contain a probable cause affidavit?
Yes.
And was that search warrant signed by a judge?
Yes.
Now, I am now handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 485. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's a USB drive.
And what is on that USB drive?
It's the recovered digital evidence from the cell phones.
And how do you know this?
It's got my initials on the back.
So you reviewed this before?
Yes.
Mr. Luis, are the reports contained in this USB a true and accurate copy of the original reports you generated in 2018?
Yes.
Have they been altered in any manner?
No.
As to the information that is contained in State's Exhibit 485, what kind of electronic equipment was originally used to generate it?
It's a Cellbrite UFED Touch.
And what is Cellbrite UFED Touch?
Cellbrite UFED Touch is it's a standalone device that's used for the extraction of digital evidence from cell phones and other digital devices, laptops, smartwatches, all the sort, tablets.
Okay, and so when you say that Cellbrite is a standalone device, does that mean it's a hardware?
Yes, it's hardware.
Does it require any extra software to perform those forensic extractions?
Not for the forensic extraction.
Now, did you have a chance to examine the equipment back in 2018?
Yes.
Was it a standard type of equipment for the purpose for which it was used?
Yes.
And was it in good working order?
Yes.
Now, what process is generally used to input information onto Cellbrite?
So the cell phone, in this particular case, the cell phone was an Android, so the cell phone has to be prepared in order to be connected to the Cellbrite, to the device, to the hardware, in order for it to perform the extraction.
Okay, and how is that device prepared for extraction?
There are certain steps that are taken. So you go to settings, you click on settings. After settings opens up, you go to about phone. Once about phone opens up, scroll down, you go to the build number. You tap the build number 7 times. Once you do that, another drop down opens up, which is developer options. Once you go into developer options, you turn on USB debugging and you set the phone to stay awake. Once that process is done, then it's ready to get plugged into the Cellbrite device.
Okay, so you prep the phone and you plug it into Cellbrite and it's ready to input information.
Yes.
And once you input information onto Cellbrite, how do you store that information?
It gets stored onto an external hard drive.
Okay. And once it is on that external hard drive, how do you then recover that information?
That information is recovered by the UFED physical analyzer.
And what is the UFED physical analyzer?
It's software that's intended to analyze, to create reports, create timeline graphs, basically to put all the information that's the digital information that's extracted, the digital evidence that's extracted from the mobile device, to put it into a readable format.
Okay. And did you use any additional software in extracting the information?
No.
Now, using Cellbrite UFED Touch and the UFED Physical Analyzer, did you extract, recover, and save any information from Grizelda and Dominic's phones that you have available today in a digital form?
Yes.
And in what format were these forms generated in?
In PDF format.
And once these forms are generated in PDF format, can they then be edited afterwards?
No, because they were generated in read-only.
So once they are generated in read-only, there's no more editing of that?
Can't be altered or edited or deleted.
So the information in that report is solely information that came from the cell phone?
Yes.
I'm now tendering to defense what's been marked as State's Exhibit 485 for inspection and offered into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted without objection.
Mr. Ruiz, I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 486. Do you recognize this?
Yes, it's a USB device, USB drive.
Okay, and are you familiar with that USB drive?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with it?
It's got my initials in the back.
And what is contained in that USB drive?
As well, digital evidence that was obtained from one of the mobile devices.
And do you know which mobile device that was?
From Mr. Anthony Burgos' device.
Mr. Ruiz, I want to talk about that in this exhibit, in the State's Exhibit 486, the report states that it was generated on Cellbrite UFED Touch. However, in the supplemental report that you provided to the Laredo Police Department back in April, you stated that it was performed on Oxygen Forensic Detective. Can you please explain that discrepancy?
It was a clerical error in my behalf, as far as the supplement is concerned.
Okay, so the report that you generated back then is the same report that is on this USB?
Yes.
Okay. And as to the information that is contained in State's Exhibit 486, you used the same hardware that you used for Grizelda and Dominic's phone, is that correct?
Yes.
And was it in good working order just as it was when you performed those other extractions?
Yes, it was.
Now, using Cellbrite UFED Touch and the UFED Physical Analyzer, did you extract, recover, and save any information from Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles' phone that you have available today in a digital form?
Yes.
And was it also generated as a PDF?
Yes, it was.
What you're saying is, as you said before, the information that's on this USB has not been altered, and it could not have been altered because it's in PDF format.
That's correct.
So the information in State's Exhibit 486 is solely information from the phone of Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles?
Yes.
I'm now tendering to defense what's been marked in State's Exhibit 486. And offered into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted without objection.
No further questions.
Any questions of the witness, Mr. Payne?
No question for this witness, Your Honor.
Sir, you are excused.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right. It is 5:56, and we are calling it a day. We'll start tomorrow at the same time we did today. Will that work out for you all, I hope? And then we'll take it from there. So, any special requests? Talk to Mr. Rubio. Thank you all. We'll see you in the morning. Have you all already exchanged the lineup for tomorrow?
We'll give it to him.
All right. Tomorrow you need an interpreter or you do not? Mr. Alanis? Mr. Alanis, do you need an interpreter tomorrow? I don't think, you said it was day 1, day 2. I don't think you.
Mostly law enforcement. No.
Not tomorrow, but